like, I just want to say, like, my heart is in this, like, really in this. And like, it's for me, it's this and animals. And my heart is in this. So whatever I can do, I will do. It just seems like I find out about things when it's like, I'm like too late. But thanks.
Aziz Adel, you're never too late. You're more than welcome in this room. I'm glad you're in this room. That's okay. Twitter issues happen. I don't hold anything against it. I've been a fan of yours since you and Nima did that one room. Believe me, I've always told Nima we need Sphinx in this room, and you're in this room now. So I really appreciate you in this room. So we can go ahead and just make that coup de grace very clear. And I will definitely message you. Believe me. And that's one of the things I'm very good at, is trying to communicate as many people. I want to engage my audience. So if that comes to my attention, you best assured I will do whatever I can. One of the things I've done is I told Mr. Beheshti very clear that it's an honor to know him. It's an honor to get to know what his mission is about. And I told him, and I said, I will make this room for anyone who wants to help this man and help the people of Iran. That is my only reason why I did this, is because this man for 61 days has put his life on the ringer, and I think people need to pressurize that. And I guarantee you this week, that's what I've done. So I really appreciate you, Sphinx Aziz. Please do stay around. We do need you. You are essential, as this whole room is. So that's all I need to say about that. And I'm sure when Mr. Beheshti gets back, you have a question for him. So please do stay, Aziz Adil. And thank you so much for elaborating that to me. And I will absolutely communicate with you with more in the future. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get to these hands. Daniel, you had your hand up. We'll get to you. And then Ava June, I didn't know if you unmiked. I do apologize. Did you have something you wanted to say, or was it just did you unmic?
No. I just wanted to mention that Matty is here. She's Vahid Beheshti's wife. I just wanted to see if she would like to come up and speak, if you don't mind, please, Alex. Thanks.
I invited her up. If Miss Maddie wants to come up, she's more than welcome. It'd be an honor to have her. I just want to say thank you to your husband, and thank you for what you're doing. And I really appreciate you, Miss Heaven. God bless you. But yeah, I did bring her up. If she wants to come up, that's on her own volition. I'm not going to force anything. But yes, with that being, and she's up. All right, Daniel, if you can hold on to you, if you can hold your hands. Wait, what happened? Okay, she's up. Okay. Miss Heaven, thank you for coming on up. It's an honor. It's a pleasure. I did not mean to put you on the spot, but I came back. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I just joined, so I have not been following. But obviously, I know the theme is about Iran Roundtable and Vahid and his hunger strike. But if there is a question, I'm happy to answer. In terms of activity-wise, today, every day is getting more intense in terms of the level of work increases. Today is 61 day of Vahid's hunger strike, and I just think everyone's support and help. So many good people I've been meeting, trying to really raise the voice. And it's amazing when on Saturday we had CNN there for 8 hours, and the only reason they came because of the social media that it went through viral about Vahid's hunger strike, and the lady was quite interested and came and spent a lot of time and engagement with us. So the media is really important, getting involved with celebrity so that they can push the voice out more. It will make a difference eventually. I think Rishi Sunak will have to respond. I think this is about public opinion. Since you all know, and we all talked about it before Rishi Sunak became a prime minister, he had a lot of support. One of the reasons he had a lot of support was because he wanted to prescribe IRGC. And now he's not making any comments about it. So I think we're in the right time, we're in the right place. London Foreign Office, UK has got the ability to prescribe it, IRGC. We are more closer than European Union. The reason I say that, because there's 27 countries in Europe that have to come to agreements. If one falls out, they need to work a lot more harder to get everyone on board. whereas the advantage we have here in England, we are independent of Europe, so we can make that decision, and we can make that decision fast. But it is now, I think, the pressure needs to be put in as a public opinion are more educated to know what is IRGC, and the more they understand that this is not an issue just for Iranians. This is a global issue. This, Islamic Revolutionary Guard is preventing world peace, and that's what people should understand. Their terror activities are everywhere around the world, and this is our responsibility to make sure the Western politicians act on this action soon rather than later, because I think if there is any time later, it would be too late. I have spoken in UK Parliament, and I have told politicians if they don't act soon, once Iran's reached their nuclear weapon, once they reach 95%, that's it. We cannot negotiate with them anymore. We cannot sit around. No, I mean negotiate. We can't do any action against them. We will be totally in the back foot. So if there's going to be any action, it's got to be done now.
Absolutely. Ms. Heaven, thank you for your time, and thank you for just bringing clarification to that. I just want to ask you this question, and I'm going to ask Mr. Vahid some questions later on, but I just want to say, I just want to make it clear to you that it's been an honor and it's been a blessing to have your husband just being such a warrior. I called him the Iranian Gandhi. And to host these rooms for him is my duty, and I've done nothing but serve you guys prayers. I know it's very hard, and I know you're a strong woman for being beside Mr. Beheshti, and I just want to tell you, you have my utmost gratitude and respect, and it's the reason why I do this is because when I hear how you are speaking and the way how you have done for your husband and what he has done for the people of Iran, we have not forgotten that, and I just want to let you know I really appreciate your time and effort, and we are here, me at least, and my amazing compatriots here in the Massa Act Army, we have pressurized his message, and believe me, last week we had Mr. Brodsky, and I'm sure Vahid told you about that, but I don't want to speak for him, but it was a fascinating discussion, and one of the things that Jason said is that U.S. Congress knows about Mr. Beheshti's courageous duty, and bipartisanly, the Republican Party and the Democrat Party are now forcing, the Congress is now forcing the UK to get to Rishi Sunak's head. So I hope that's some good news for you. I don't know what's going on with that, but my question for you is how close? What's been going on? And I know it's starting to crack just a tiny bit, but is there a light at the end of the tunnel, or maybe you can tell us more about that if that's okay? Then we'll get to these hands. I do apologize.
I think persistent, definitely. We have to not give up because there is definitely light. But before going to that, now you mentioned the Congress. We had last week cross-party peer on both sides of the House wrote 125 signature to Rishi Sunak specifically on Vahid hunger strike. I think it would be sending a real powerful message if the Congress parties on both sides will be able to send a signed letter similar to what has been done here and send that to Rishi Sunak. I think that would make a huge difference, because the message should be that if US has prescribed IRGC, why can't UK do it? And the excuses to make is not valid. To turn around and say we need UK to keep the relationship open with Iran and keep the embassies because US needs to have somebody in between to be able to negotiate. That we all know that that's just try to sidetrack the actual move. But in terms of how far or how close we are, before Vahid hunger strike, we were very close. Really, we were really close. It was a matter of weeks and months, it was going to happen. And that was the message that came through. And now even there's a huge frustration between the politicians, and they understand why Vahid is on hunger strike, because they all felt like this was going to take place and suddenly stopped. So that means that this is a possibility that was going to happen. And the question is, why is it being, everyone's saying, why is it being prevented? And every time they have put an excuse or reason for this, Vahid and a group, myself and others, have managed to use this platform to be able to counter their excuses. I mean, we can do that later on. I don't know whether you want me to go through it now, but one of them was to say about their hostage policy, you know, that US has gotten hostage and they need UK to be the middle person in between. And our argument against that is that this regime for 44 years has used hostage policy to make money, and we cannot continue to appease them. And, you know, by just waiting for one hostage, there'll be another hostage, and there are another hostages, you know. And so the other excuses they used to make is that if they prescribe IRGC, that means they're calling for a war with Iran. And we had to counter that, saying, well, IRGC is separate to the army. Army does its job looking after the land, territories. So all of these questions that they used to, even the politicians were confused. Now they're educated. So there is really no reason for them not to do it. There is every reason that they should be doing because of their terror activities. They need to explain to us why they're not doing it, and they don't have that reason, because we managed to answer with valid facts. Everything that they put forward is not valid. The other thing I wanted to say is really the lobbyists, you know, the lobbyists of regime. You know, we're dealing with somewhere around about 150,000 people. 80% of Iran's wealth is belong to IRGC. So they're very powerful, and a lot of people, money is wish this doesn't happen because of the engagement with their financial benefits. So the fight that we have is huge, and therefore they will try to do everything in their power to prevent this, and their lobbyists are working so hard to try to convince the Foreign Office. The reason that would be a mistake is because IRGC prescribing them, they could become more dangerous. And the wording, this is quote, to say they could become more of a terrorist. My answer was, you can't become more of a terrorist. You're a terrorist. That's it. You can't, so they put fear into heads of the politicians that their action could prevent them to become more violent. And the second thing is the fear of there was a revolution took place 44 years ago. Look what happened to it. If there was another revolution, it could get worse. So they put that fear inside their brain. It could get worse. And they're saying, well, we don't have an alternative option, and anything that's an option could make it even worse. At least we know who we're dealing with. That's what they say. At least you know this regime, how bad it is, but you still know what to do with it. Which is still, again, not valid, because it's the people of Iran that will determine their destiny. And it's not 44 years. We live in a different world. We live in a world of communication. The same thing cannot be compared what happened 44 years ago to now. But yeah, these are the things that we keep countering. And I think it was the positive side of it, as much as it's so hard personally seeing Vahid and how he's deteriorating every day, is that if we were not there, we wouldn't be able to counter all the things that have been happening, so it's made a huge difference. Even the journalists who come now cover the news, they had no idea about the terror activity of IRGC around the world and here in UK.
Thank you so much, Ms. Heaven. Lots of insight, lots of information for the audience. I really appreciate your time. Please do stay. I'm sure people will have questions for you and Mr. Beheshti. It's an honor to have you, and thank you for following me back. This will not be the end until his message gets out. This is my duty and our duty as a community and diaspora. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, and God bless you and Mr. Beheshti for being in this room. Okay. All right. So with that being said, Daniel, I'm going to get to you in just a second. I know Sphinx. Sphinx, did you have a question for Mr. Beheshti? He is back now. If you wanted to portray that, if you still had that question, if not, we can get to Daniel. Sphinx.
Hi, Mr. Beheshti. I actually don't have a question, and I just saw a video of you talking, and I don't want to waste your energy, but I just wanted to say, um, um, the announcement you made earlier in this space about your upcoming meeting, gives me some concerns about your security. Please excuse me, I'm a crisis management person for over 2 decades, so it's been my job to do these things, and a lot of it is prevention, so I would encourage you to maybe up your security until that meeting. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sphinx. All right, Daniel, go ahead. Thank you. Oh, Vahid, go ahead.
No, just say thank you. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Daniel, go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
Oh no, thanks for having me. And it's good to be here, Mr. Beheshti. Great kudos on your work. I mean, it's really inspiring, and I'm really proud of what you and a lot of people here have accomplished. And I think what the Iran Revolution has kind of showed us is the need for and the power of personal activism, let's say, and not relying on particular organizations or whatever. I see a lot. I mean, Sarah and Emily here who've really pushed the MASH Act in the United States. Mr. Beheshti here, who's literally out on life and limb to get the IRGC prescribed as a terrorist organization. I mean, in Canada here, it's been independent activists who've been fighting against, our version of NIAC and the ICC. And if we don't do this, I mean, you see what happens when the Iran law, like if we defer responsibility to other people or to the politicians who make vague promises or to organizations that say they, support whatever cause, it's nothing's going to happen. So it's very good to see people taking initiative and trying to force the issue here. And I'm, optimistic that this will have the correct outcome and the IRGC will be listed finally, and that can cause a good cascade effect in countries like mine, Canada. I did want to say, I mean, I wrote the article out there. I mean, people, if they want, they can use the article. They don't have to retweet my tweet specifically in this Twitter storm. Also, Alex, if you can let me know the timing of the particular Twitter storm so I can help out. I won't be able to stay here long because I got invited to the Israeli consulate tonight for the Yom HaZikaron event. There's also a few other, there's a few Iranians coming with. I'm not Iranian, but, I'm of the Jewish community, but a few Iranians have been invited as well. So someone brought up the Crown Prince's trip to Israel, and which I was very impressed with. I will be raising this issue and sort of testing the waters among the Jewish community tonight, see how many people heard of it, see what people are thinking, and raise the issue of prescribing the IRGC, because let's be honest, behind the Iranian Canadian activist community, who we think there have been at least 2 of them who've been killed by the IRGC in the last couple decades inside Canada. The Jewish community is probably next behind them in who's most likely to get attacked by these terrorists. So we do share a common enemy, a common cause, and I hope to bring an update maybe in another space at what the temperature is among my community and helping yours. But in the wake of the Crown Prince's visit, I'm very optimistic. So I'm really glad to see you here. I'm happy to see that you're still going. I saw the letter signed by the MPs, which is a good sign. And you got to keep pushing. I think Maddie said it best. It's all about political pressure. I mean, Rishi Sunak came in and promised this, and he's backtracked. And there needs to be political consequences to, dicking around the Iranian community, for lack of a more elegant phrase. And his job is not safe. I mean, the Conservatives and the Tories have not been doing great in the last few years. They've been sputtering and going through leaders. And I think the message politically needs to be clear that if Rishi Sunak does not do this, he loses the Iranian vote, and if he does do this, he gains the Iranian vote. So I wish you all the best, and if there's anything I can do to help, please just message me, and I would be happy to take the time out of my day to do something.
Yeah, thanks for a wonderful article. And very, if you guys haven't heard Daniel's article, I'd highly recommend. It's very insightful. Miss Heaven, you have hands up. Please go ahead, and then we'll get to Matt.
Thank you, Daniel. If you can send your article to me, that would be really great. And thank you, Alex. Just before I have to go to another meeting, um, I just want to say what will make a huge difference now. I know it's Vahid's 61 day, and it's getting a bit, we're running out of time. He's not going to give up, you all know that, but we need to increase pressure. We need as much as help as possible. It's great that we're connecting because of you, Alex. You're connecting people together, and this is amazing. And if Space can she be able to reach out to any celebrities, message anyone for this Saturday. If we can get a high profile person, it could turn everything around. And that would be amazing. Someone like David Beckham even sending a message, because what we're doing is, people need to understand the Iranian regime threats the IRGC is for everyone, is for our safety, for everyone, for the next generation, and everyone knows probably in this room. They not just the terror activities, but the way they are using mosques, radicalizing people, they're exporting their ideology. For next 20 to 30 years time, our democracy is under great threat because of them. And we are in this tipping point that we need to make a difference now. So guys, if you can, please direct message Alex or myself. However you can. 29th is not long ago. It's a public event. It's a rally which starts 1 o'clock from London Eye. It ends at 5 o'clock we walk to 10 Downing Street. We have Omid Jalili attending, but we would like to get more high profile celebrities, British celebrities, and even if we can reach out to Ukrainian, like someone like Zelensky, if we can send a message out, because even Ukrainians are being killed by IRGC drones. So guys, we need your help to push this, so Vahid can come home, and a lot of people will be saved, millions. So please, I need your help.
Ms. Heaven, before you do go, I just want to say thank you for your time. I know you've been so busy and you've been so courageous with Mr. Beheshti. I will send you a DM, and this will not be the last space until Mr. Vahid is, we're going to keep this going, because I said I'm going to do it. I'm going to stick to it, because I think it's pretty pathetic that unfortunately, the heads of state here in the States and even in England or the UK, they don't want to take this seriously. So I will keep you more into that, and then we'll talk more professionally afterwards. But I will keep you in the loop. I saw that you followed me. I followed you back. We'll keep in touch, and we'll see what we can do to make this even more pressurized. But thank you so much for your time. I just wanted to say that and get to these minutes. All right.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Rishi, could you please stay for a few seconds? I'll just wait for I just had a suggestion for you. Sorry about that. I'll wait for after the other people I speak. Sorry about that.
Yes, I will stay online. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Wonderful. Thank you, Ava June. Action, you had your hand up. Co-host will go. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I just want to mention, I said I'm sick, but I can't get serious. Guys, there is 130 people in this room. We did big Twitter storm with 100 people as well. We just need, to cooperate together. I see the tweets that are pinned above are just getting retweeted 20 times. We are sitting here not just to talk. We want to talk with Vahid and Matthew, but at the same time, we want to do the Twitter storm as well. Please like and retweet all the tweets above, and copy the tweet, download the posters, and tweet yourself as well. And as we explained before, refresh your timeline and retweet and like whatever tweet you see is related to IRGC terrorists, related to Vahid, and with these hashtags and posters. Let's do a big Twitter storm tonight. I mean, as I said, we did with 100 people as well. So the number doesn't matter. I mean, the effort that we put into it is make it work. Thanks, Alex.
No, thank you, Azizam. Action June, what tweet do you want us to start with? The most latest one on the pin, or What would you like to do? I'm following your lead.
I think everyone, they need to pay attention to all the tweets above, because we just put it there for their easier access. But after that, they can go to the profile of the people we are in this space and find their tweets about RGS stories about Vahid. So it should be easy to find it, or even they can refresh their feed and like and retweet those tweets. So I'm just putting tweets above, just as I said, for easier access, but they should find it easily as well.
No, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for the elaboration. All right. Okay, Mad Max, بفرما.
درود وحید جون. درود متی. وحید جان چند وقته با تو حرف نزدم برای اینکه میدونم که سرت خیلی شلوغه. این شب اومدم که باید بتونم این چند کلمه حرف بزنم. You have to know that you have a very big, huge fan club. And I understand that for Mati it must not have been easy for you these last 60 days. You make a very, very big job. And we are very honored to know you and to be close to you. To be a little bit lighter tonight, I would like to Mati to make a list of what Vahid loves to eat, because now he's very close to the victory, and we have to start working. I'm a very good cook. Shabnam, she's here also. I know that Ava, she wants also to help. We are going to start doing things for him. And after you win, we come and we will take care of you for minimum 2 months, and to be close to you and to give you the best rest. This was all I have to tell you for tonight. And Vahid, you know that I love you so much. Thanks a lot for everything you've done for Iran. And for sure, we are very, very close to the victory. Micro off.
Thank you, Amu Mad Max. I missed few of your calls. I know that, and you have to forgive me. I try to, call you maybe tomorrow. Hopefully, if they let me, at least they give me a few minutes. These guys. So, but guys, I just wanted to confess something here in front of all of you. This action without Mati, it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible. The moment she agreed to this, because first I shared that with Mati, and then after I've got her approval, then she cancelled everything for past 61 days, and she dedicated her life to this cause for Iran. She said it last night in the interview with Manoto. She's been living in her suitcase for past 2 months. I don't know how I can describe this, but I think Mati, she's done most of the job with you guys. My role, I think, is a very, very small role in this great act, but Mati and you guys played a big role in this great act, which I feel it as well. We are not far from achieving this great goal.
God bless you, Mr. Beheshti. Thank you for that. No, I think the goal has just been more pressurized. I think that this space, what I'm seeing right now, and Action and Nima, you can give me the statistics, before this room ends. What I'm seeing right now is like 100 and some people have retweeted the storm, and it's still going. I think that's a great sign. We have 135 people in this room right now. I think that's a great momentum on a weekday here. But I think that you guys have done an excellent job, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing for that. So I just wanted to get some encouragement to that. Ava June, you had your hand up again. Please go ahead.
Can I just say something? One thing that really helps the spaces too is if you retweet the space. If you retweet the space all at the same time, it'll push the space forward. And you do that at the bottom right hand where it should say 41 or a number number at the bottom right hand. And if you've already retweeted, there are 13 retweets right now. Now there are 14. You can go and undo your retweet and then redo it right now. It'll really boost the space.
Let's do it right now, like all of us.
Yeah, let's go and retweet it, guys.
Yeah, just right now, let's retweet the space. Everyone, please.
Like, there's really no reason why everyone shouldn't retweet the space. It will push the space out.
No, thank you, Sphinx. I really appreciate that. I think I agree with that wholeheartedly. Guys, let's retweet the space. This is not some kind of power grab. We're trying to get the IRGC a terrorist organization. I mean, Mr. Beheshti's life is on the line, so let's do this. I mean, let's do our part. Sorry, you're gonna hear alarms in the background. They're doing work on my crib right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop that.
Should I go?
Yes, go ahead, Ava.
Okay, thank you. Matty John, I think all roads actually, if you're looking to raise Vahid's profile, all road leads to Omid Jalili. I think unknowingly, Omid holds a power to really bring a lot of people into the middle. J.K. Rowling on Twitter follows only about 1,000 people. One of those people is Omid Jalili. He can actually directly message J.K. Rowling. She's been a wonderful supporter of Women Life Freedom Movement. She continuously retweets Masih Ali Nejad. So even through her, because I did see she did have a space, she did have an interview with Vahid as well. So even through her, you can push that cause as well. The other one is the new movie that Omid has acted in. It's got Priyana Chopra, and Priyana Chopra is the best buddy with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. And because they're not in the royal family at the moment, and Meghan did wear the Woman Life Freedom shirt as well, so it might be a way to sort of push that as well. I just thought that's the two things that I did notice, and Omid's hand is quite open there. I think you might just need a little bit of a nudge there to just let him know that that's sort of to chase that down. That's the only thing that I thought that, thank you. Oh, and also I did ask Vahid before, the letter that the 125 MPs did sign, do you think it will be beneficial if we, create a petition or in a sense just submit it to the parliament and ring other MPs and get them to add their sort of signature to that letter? How do you feel about that? And is that something that would push Vahid cause forward? That's just something that I thought as well. Thank you.
So did you say to get more MPs signing the letter? Is that what you meant? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so there's two things. We could have, if because of the time and the pressure that we are in, we only had 2.5 days to get that letter to be signed. So that was, a huge number in such a short time. There are some MPs are not allowed to sign, and there are some the front benches, they can't sign, and PPSs can't sign. So speaking to people that support Vahid and have come seen him, I can actually say about 100 would have signed the letter but couldn't. But we have to be then, I think it's a good idea, but some of them literally can't because of their role of being a minister or assistant to other ministers. But it doesn't stop us trying to reach out others. The second thing, I think those people who have signed, a friend had found their Twitter handle, and the aim is, I think, from Action Group to be able to thank them. And that makes a huge difference for thanking those people who've been supporting. And the more people actually on their social media acknowledge what they've done, it reminds them of the good work. And that's really important. I think if that's something that we could do to just reach out and appreciate what they've done, is for Vahid and everyone else that is calling for the same cause. So I would really strongly recommend that. And that made a difference for a few other lords who came forward and became very active to make sure these signatures are put there on the paper because of their being encouraged.
Awesome. Thank you so much. No, sorry, Ava. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say thank you too.
No, I just wanted to say thank you as well. Yeah, cheers.
Jinx, you owe me a soda. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, back to the space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and retweet this. Let's make the storm keep going. Now I'm seeing in the latest. Okay, now a bunch more people just retweeted. That is awesome. Okay.
Can I say something else? Because people don't realize this. When the space is over, if you don't want it on your timeline, you can undo the retweet. So there's really no reason. I know I'm being really annoying right now. I apologize, but this is for a good cause. But you don't have to. Some people think if you retweet something, it's stuck there forever. And if it's not consistent with your brand, like for instance, it's not necessarily with mine, right? I happen to not care. But if it's not, you can, after the space, you can undo the retweet. So you do have that option.
For sure. Arzu, please go ahead.
Joanna, yeah, sorry, I'm at work. I'm doing work as I'm tweeting as much as I can. I just wanted to also notate that, on LinkedIn, I don't know if, that would be something that would be helpful as well. But on LinkedIn, for example, last night there was supposed to be a live event with Rishi. Rishi had a live event and it was asking for questions and comments and stuff. So some of us commented underneath that, live event as well. So it might also be helpful because, like professional figures, I feel like check their LinkedIn often as well. So that might also be helpful. I actually posted among one of my tweets that I did, within the space of Twitter storms. I also included the Twitter profile of Rishi. So that might also be an avenue to explore in the meantime, as we are doing, the Twitter storm and everything else that's being done as one more way of putting pressure. Like Maddie said, we are running out of, I don't want to be negative or anything. I'm just saying, it's best to make sure that it's done, as soon as possible. So Mr. Vahid can start having the feast that I heard someone was promising him. And we can get the IRGC terrorists on the list that they should have been long ago. We shouldn't be pleading for this. This should have been done, not with us pushing for it. This should have been done by Rishi and, others who they know who they are. So, max pressure needs to be placed via LinkedIn and anything else. And, what I was going to say about that, and I heard someone said, celebrities. What has been a little painful is that on the same day as April 29th, that is a really important day. I hope, all our, friends and, all Iranians and non-Iranians attend the rallies in, in England and in UK. And, there are similar rallies being held in other locations as well. There are some concerts going on. I'm not going to say anything bad about don't have concerts or anything like that. But, I know some of our Iranian singers, I'm in the Bay Area, there are concerts going on in the Bay Area. So I was a little disappointed that those are on the same day as that, but I understand that they might have been, organized from long ago. But it can at least be used as a forum, possibly, if anyone has access to those singers, like Arash, I think is having something in San Jose or something. So maybe that can be at least used as a forum to put pressure on Rishi or, like someone who can, convey the message to Rishi. Thanks so much, Alex.
No, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome my good friend, Jason Brodsky. Thank Jason. It is wonderful to have you. It is amazing. Thank you for taking some of your time. I know you've been busy today, but you were popping in. I want to give you the floor, sir, and then we'll get to Sphinx. But Jason, please go ahead. Thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, thanks, Alex, and I'm really glad to be with you. It's Always an honor to be with my good friend Vahid and Maddie as well. I'm thinking of you, and you're all inspiring us with your selflessness and your courage and your example. So thank you for that. I was I was disappointed, but not surprised by some of the UK sanctions that were levied today. You know, these are, as Vahid even tweeted, you know, these are people who don't have assets in the United Kingdom, will likely never travel to the United Kingdom. And so it's a very curious statement to say, for the UK to say that we're committed to holding the Islamic Republic accountable when it's refusing to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So that was disappointing, but sadly not surprising. You know, the UK has kind of lagged behind even the EU. The EU levied around 9 sanctions today. The UK only put 4 out there. The US levied also more than the UK. So the UK has been lagging behind, and it just hasn't been keeping up with a lot of the sanctions tranches that have been taking place elsewhere. So that's another component. And, you know, I think the April 29th is really critical. It's going to help sustain and support the momentum. And that is really important to keep the pressure on the UK government to do so. And it's been quite sad that no one in the Foreign Office, to my knowledge, and Vahid and Maddie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but no one in the Foreign Office seems to be acknowledging what's going on outside their office. So that's really outrageous, and I think it just shows how out of touch they are. So I'm interested in listening to you, and happy to answer any questions while I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jason. Yeah, no, Jason, my question for you is very simple. So we saw the sanctions being put out. Obviously, it's not anything remote to what Mr. Beheshti wants to do. And I just saw the latest State Department sanctions. Exactly, is there any claw to this teeth they supposedly put sanctions on, or is this just a little appeasement piece of actually being containing on the dictatorship? If you can elaborate more on what they did, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
Well, the U.S. government did levy sanctions today for human rights abuses. They were, you know, mid-level targets, mostly provincial IRGC commanders, provincial police commanders. They levied the head of the secretary of Iran's Supreme Cyberspace Council. These are all targets that need to be sanctioned. No one is saying that they shouldn't be sanctioned. But you know, I think that what's missing here is uh, in the U.S. side, we've already sanctioned the IRGC as a terrorist organization. What we've been really focused on is getting the U.S. government to sanction Iran's supreme leader under human rights related abuse authorities and counterterrorism authorities, and that's been embodied in the MASA Act, which I've been working on with others in the room and in the United States. So that's what we've been focused on. You know, a lot of times the mid-level targets in the sanctions packages are important because a lot of these people are middle-aged, and you know that some may want to travel one day, and having that black mark around them will be forever shine a spotlight on their abuses. And so that's why it's important. But I think we need to do a lot better in aiming for top officials. Khamenei, Raisi, Mojtaba Khamenei, people of that rank in the Islamic Republic. So that's what the U.S. can do on a much better scale. And also the U.S. should be enforcing our sanctions more aggressively as well, going after the Chinese entities which are importing Iranian oil in violation of U.S. sanctions. So that the U.S. can do a lot more here. And lastly, and certainly not least, I really would like to see my government, the State Department especially, be a little more vocal and public in pushing the UK and the EU to sanction the IRGC as a terrorist organization. My government has not made a clear statement that encouraging the EU and the UK to do so since this debate started. And that's really unfortunate because you see the resolution that's been introduced in Congress, bipartisan, progressive to conservative. And there's, I speak with congressional offices often, and I can tell you there is an exasperation with our allies in Europe over the fact that this is taking so long. They're lagging behind, and so I think that European policymakers need to take that into account. But I would like to see the Biden administration be a little more forceful publicly, that we really would like to see our allies join us on this because it is long overdue.
Absolutely. No, thanks, Jason. I really appreciate you. And guys, if you have any questions for Mr. Brodsky, you can go ahead and mic it up. And for Mr. Beheshti, since we have some questions now and Jason's in the room. Jason, I appreciate you taking your time. I know you've been busy making calls, and thank you for coming in. Sphinx, I want to get to you as he's in because I know you had your hand up for a while. So go ahead, please, and we'll get to Ava. Go ahead, Sphinx.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know if it was Maddie or if it was Arzu or who, but somebody mentioned these concurrent events happening on the 29th. So the way I suggest capitalizing on that is you actually don't necessarily need these celebrities to be physically at the location with Mr. Beheshti in London. For instance, I've already texted my friend Tehran, who's having a comedy show in San Jose. So if I can get him to say something on stage, that'll be on video, to mention it, right? That'll be on while he's on stage. That'll be on video, and that'll get a lot of publicity, and you can blast that out. Same goes with anyone who's having any kind of stage performance. That is very, very, social media is extremely powerful. I mean, what happens when the celebrities are at the location, right, where the event is happening, is exactly that. we get videos of them, and then we post them online. So when you get the whole point is to get notable people. I mean, my friend Tehran was at the White House for Nowruz. So like he has, I mean, I'm like very annoyed with who he's touring with right now, but that's beyond the point. He's a free thinker, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like, this is the whole point, is like, it's okay if they're having concurrent events, because you can, if from a public relations perspective, you can spin this as, look, this is a global movement. This is not limited to London. This is not limited to the UK. This is a global movement. Look what's happening in the US. Look what's happening. This is all happening on the same day. This is all united. So you can always take what's happening, right? And you can shape the narrative, remaining truthful, shape the narrative to show the unity of the cause, which is there, right? So I just wanted to say that if you guys have access to any other celebrities, I don't know if David Beckham is in LA right now. I reached out to my friend who's friends with him. He has a gym here, or if he's in the UK. But again, if you have access to anyone, right, they just need you, really, that video clip of them saying, something about Mr. Beheshti, something about the UK needs to put, finally claim that IRGC are terrorists. That will blast that out. They don't actually need to be physically there. So I just wanted to say that part. Thank you.
No, thank you. I think that's wonderful, what you just said. Vahid John, go ahead. You don't even need to put your hand up, my friend. Would you like to tell Jason what you mentioned earlier about your meeting tomorrow, if that's okay with you, now that Mr. Brodsky's in the room? Maybe he would like to know that. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and I say hello to Mr. Jason Brodsky. Thank you for being here, Mr. Brodsky. It's an honor to be with you in this space. I think Matty, she left. But first, let's start with this. I think if I'm gonna start with this, I'm gonna ask Mr. Brodsky to maybe put one tweet on his Twitter and write the importance of this. What one of our this I think lady, I don't know who was that just before she was talking, because I know there are lots of Iranian, especially celebrities, they look into Mr. Brodsky's Twitter account. So if Mr. Brodsky can say something about the importance of rally on 29th, how effective it can be, and ask Iranian celebrities to promote that, that would help a lot. That's the first thing. Then the second thing, uh, yes, Mr. Brodsky, they gave me another meeting tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be my second official meeting. This time the Foreign Office gave me a meeting. So tomorrow I will meet with them again, and they said they are happy to hear my reasoning. So I will go there and I talk to them to see where we can get tomorrow. But they know I won't back. I won't go back even 1 millimeter. They know I have solid answers for any excuses that they have. I have solid evidence. So we just need to stay here. And uh, I know persistence always pays off. That's all I know. I can't say anymore.
Thank you, Vahid. I will definitely tweet that, and I'm very happy to hear that you're meeting with the Foreign Office tomorrow. I hope there's a good outcome from the meeting, and please also let them know that the Congress of the United States is watching very closely on a bipartisan basis and is very frustrated that there has not been action taken place. And you can see that, as I said, in the congressional resolution that's been introduced. So please, I think that's an important point for you to hone in on.
Sure.
Jason, sorry, Vahid, but Jason, your policy director, you know, every time he announces this meeting, I think I lose 5 years from my life. So I just like, I have concerns about Mr. Beheshti's security from now until the meeting, because usually we announce these as I know as a crisis management person, a lot of my job is prevention, and usually we do this after the fact. So I'm just like, I don't know. I just hope that you, Mr. Beheshti, you increase your security and your vigilance and your awareness for the next 24 hours until this meeting takes place. And also, Jason, if you would like, I can tell you which celebrities or notable people to tag in the tweet that would definitely be interested. Or you can also do so in the comments. Either way is fine. But yeah.
Sure. I just followed you, and you can send me a list of people to include, and I'm happy to do it.
Awesome. Wonderful dialogue. All right, guys, I'm going to do a room reset really fast, and then I want to get to my co-hosts if they're still good, because I know I just want to shout out to my co-hosts. They've done a wonderful job of just making these pins. I do encourage everybody to go to these pins and retweet it and make this storm possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Roundtable featuring Vahid Beheshti, and it's the Rishi Sunak calling campaign. Today is Mr. Beheshti's day 61 of the hunger strike, and we're here in solidarity with my brother Vahid, who has been wonderful with his time. And you know, right now it's the 61 thing. I don't know about you, but I know a lot of us cannot do that right now. So in honor of today, I said I'm going to make a room pressurizing his message, and I am seeing 165 people, and Mr. Omid Jali just tweeted. He knows about the room, but he's busy at the moment. He might make a pop-in. So that is in itself good. And then Mr. Norahone said he'll try and make it, but he is busy. A lot of people are busy. But as you can see, the tweets are just getting bigger and bigger. If we can go ahead and as Action June has been really just these new tweets, if you guys just keep going, you will see that if we can keep retweeting that and make the storm even bigger and bigger and bigger for making the IRGC a terrorist organization, and I think that is a very valid Twitter storm and a very valid reason why we have this space today and this discussion. And it's a solidarity room for Mr. Beheshti, and we have had a wonderful engagement, and just so many people have came in, and you know, Miss Matty Haven even came in, and it was an honor to have her come on speak, but she has to go to meeting. But I just want to say thank you guys for making this very possible. I like to engage with everybody in this room, but please let's make this very this space a monumental space. Let's keep this tweet storm going. And I also want to give a huge shout out to Action for for Zahmati ke dare mikeshe. I don't know how to say that in English. Just the way that she's giving her time, and to my brother Nima for being my co-host today. And I want to also give a huge shout out to the Massa Act Army, to Sarah and Emily and Matt, who's not, or I'm sorry, Nick, who's not here. I don't know why I just said Matt. Excuse me. My brain is like going to so many different pieces, but you know what I meant. Sorry about that. So shout out to the Massa Act Army, and shout out to Mr. Beheshti, and shout outs to Jason Brodsky and everyone in this room. And I see my brother Xerxes listen to audience. Thank you for coming in, my friend. It's always a pleasure having you. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Mr. Brodsky, I don't know how long you have, Jason. I'm sure people have questions. Please do come up. Don't be shy. This is a room for you. This is not a room for just speaking on monologues. I like to get everybody engaged. Let's make this tweet storm a thing. Let's be the best Twitter Spaces community here in this room. There's wonderful rooms happening. And Sarah and Emily have an amazing room, I believe, on Wednesday, and they're co-hosting a room. So, you know, there's a lot happening in this app, and, you know, I'm about to do more rooms too now because of the opportunity I just got at my work. But like I said, I just we need to hold each other accountable, and we need to do room resets so when new people come in, they understand what this room is about, and we can keep each other communicated, as it was assured before. So, with that being said, Mr. Beheshti, I did have a couple questions for you, but I wanted to keep it until anybody else who had answers or wanted to ask questions. A lot of people have asked, and you gave some good news. My first question to you is, how are you feeling in day 61, and how are you coping right now? I think people want to know how you're really feeling. That's my first question. My second question is, what can the Twitter community do for you now that it's day 61? And obviously you have a big rally on Saturday. And I know Saturday is a big day, and we've been doing the storm for that. So that is my two questions for you. And then whoever wants to come up is more than welcome. Please go ahead, Mr. Beheshti.
Thank you. I think today, day 61, so I can let you know, I already lost more than 15 kilogram, around 18% of my body mass. So since last night, I start feeling more pain. So to be honest with you guys, you feel your body start going in, getting the energy and eating your muscles now. So it's getting to the muscles, and I've get all that. But on the side, I don't know how I become more determined, more motivation. I am very motivated to carry on, even with all these attacks that I received, specifically in past 7-8 days. So I see this act with the help of you guys is very effective. That's why they, I think, engage around 3,000-4,000 cyber accounts to attack me. And anybody who tweet me and retweet me, go to them and say he's part of Mujahideen, he's part of Iranian intelligence, he's part of this, he's part of that. Then, but I love it. Constantly I'm talking, and they go and dragged my previous interviews, for example, with some ayatollahs, which I was so happy that they brought up those interviews which I had, I think it was about 5 years ago, with 4 Ayatollahs. And then I had, it was a good opportunity for me to talk about those interviews. It was amazing because more people, they understand what I've done actually 5 years ago to save Muhammad Ali Tahiri, the head of Irfan Halqe, who lives at the moment in Canada, to save his life. He was about few days to be hanged in Iran. I went and interviewed 6 Ayatollahs, I think, who they were happy to give me interview, and I asked them where about in Islam this is legal to give a death sentence to somebody because of his opinion, because of his belief. And then the answers that I've got from those Ayatollahs, I published it and I put it in front of these Ayatollahs who they gave death sentence to Muhammad Ali Tahiri. And we saved his life. And I was so happy to talk about all these activities that I had. And I said, I am really embrace all these, what's that, attacks that they doing. As far as I can, I talk. But today was very heavy. As I explained to you guys, from the morning, because we have this rally, the attacks really increased, and they understand we are getting close to achieve this goal. As I said, I think Mr. Jalili heard this for the first time. He's just joined the room. So Mr. Jalili, they gave me my second meeting, my second official meeting with the government is tomorrow. I'm gonna have that meeting with foreign office, so we have to see what's gonna happen after that. So they see this, and after 125 MPs signing that letter, they know we are getting closer, and the attacks, of course, is increasing. But it takes taking a lot of energy from me. As I said, today was really tiring, but I know this is something I have to continue. I know I maximum time that I can talk like that maybe is going to be maybe 2 weeks time. After 2 weeks, I know I won't be able to talk like that. If it's going to take this period, it's going to take more than 2 weeks. I don't know, but it is what it is. We are here, and I am very clear in my mind that I will continue this till we achieve this. But what I can ask specifically about this room and people for next few days, they uh, work on this rally of 29th of April. It's very important. If we increase the pressure by people on 29th, I think it's gonna um, get us more and more closer to the goal that we have. So we can ask celebrities, we can ask anybody to just do the video and ask people to participate in this rally. This rally has one specific goal, and that's prescribing of IRGC. So it's got nothing to do with what kind of ideology you have, what kind of political view you have. If you are against Iranian government, if you are against this terrorist regime, and you are pro proscribing IRGC, so you should participate in this rally. That's all I can ask from people. If you want to help me to get out of this situation earlier, that's how you can help the cause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beheshti. Always a pleasure. Nimaj, I'm going to get to you in just a second, Dadash, because you're the co-host. I'm going to let you speak in just like 30 seconds. I just wanted to say this. Mr. Beheshti, we are going to keep doing rooms like this for you until, God forbid, you're not able to speak because what you just said, and you send chills down my spine every time you say what's going on with your body. And again, I also I'm gonna hold another room again, and I know you said the rally's on Saturday. We're gonna try and hold something to pressurize, because I think the more momentum these rooms get, especially on Twitter, I think the more ammunition we have, and we have more momentum we have to keep pushing this narrative that make the IRGC terrorist organization, make the whole world understand what's really happening in Iran, what's happening with what you are doing. You are single-handedly changing people's opinions, and because of that, you are now having division by the Cyberies at full force against you. And again, I cannot reiterate this enough, how it happened to you. I got death threats because of it. They called me a charlatan. It's quite hilarious that, it's disgusting, but it's hilarious how these people just come out of the woodwork, because God forbid, where were they for 61 days? Again, I'm saying this to the room, and I'm going to get to these hands because I don't want to keep a monologue going, but where were these people for 61 days, Dustana Aziz? Where were they? Were you out doing what Mr. Beheshti was doing? No, you were in your social media just having conspiracy theory, outlandish ideas, and Mr. Beheshti, you just explained a good part of that attack. So I commend you for that, and I appreciate you. You didn't have to explain yourself, but you did, because you're a man of honor. You literally are doing what a lot of people can't do right now. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, Nimal John, we're going to get to you. Then I want to let Mr. Jali speak, because he's here and he's got limited time. So Nimal John, please go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Omid. Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly, that there is a hashtag regarding the rally on April 29th. We in the few beginning tweets before we got to mention it. Action and we are just going to come up with new tweets using that hashtag so that we can also make that one trending. The hashtag is London 29 April. I saw a lot of people used it in the comments. Thank you for reminding us. And yes, we are going to actually use it to get it trending as well.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. I had like a little glitch for a second. Awesome. All right. Omi John, thank you for coming in. I know you on limited time. I want to give you the floor. Thank you for giving us your time, and you've been an avid ally for Mr. Beheshti. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you so much.
I think what Mr. Beheshti is doing is really, now it's going into uncharted territory. Bobby Sands lived 67 days. We're now day 61. I have no clue, no idea how Mr. Beheshti is even speaking, let alone cognizant and alive. Thank you, Vahid John. It's wonderful to hear that you're speaking with the politicians. This was a huge win, that 125 members of the House of Lords and House of Parliament wrote to Rishi Sunak in support of what you're trying to do. We're keeping this going. The people in Iran, as you know, there's massive strikes going on all over Iran, and they're dealing with it in the way they know how. They said, we'll deal with this. We'll do what we have to do. And the only thing they require is Brexit Britain, to put the IRGC on the terrorist list. If this happens, it sets a process where the European Union will do it, the whole world will do it. It isolates the regime, and they will be gone. And I was making a point last time, which was what Vahid is doing is actually bigger than just this. He may, in fact, start a process where all terrorism will stop, because one of the reasons why they have not been put on the terrorist list is because countries have the right, supposedly, for aggressive intervention. We have things like the SAS. We have things, which we think are legitimate, but actually what he's doing is shutting all that down. He's shutting it. He's going to start a process that will shut down all terrorism. And this is one of the reasons why they haven't put the IRGC on the terrorist list, because it would stop Britain's own actions in that particular field. And all countries have what they call covert operations. So we can only applaud you, Vahid. I'm completely stunned that you're still speaking so coherently. You have superhuman powers. And I think it's because it's the righteousness of what you're doing. It's more than just standing on the right side of history. It's changing history. So the fact that we have a space here to keep on supporting and keep tweeting, and I encourage everyone to go to the rally on the 28th, 29th on Saturday, because I think that'll hopefully push this over the line. But I do think that I have to say, we have to actually say prayers. We have to say prayers for Vahid, because at the end of the day, what he's doing is extraordinary. And also what we can do in our own personal lives. You know, there's just very quickly, I want to mention Mahvash Sabet, who is a Baha'i prisoner, who unfortunately was in prison for 10 years. Then she came out and then she's put back in again. She's a 70-year-old woman. She won awards for her poetry. English Pen gave her an award in 2017. She's back in prison now. And we heard that they actually broke her knees. They kneecapped her in prison. And I saw one article about it. And I asked the Baha'i Office of Public Affairs, I said, should we talk about this? She said, no, Mahvash does not want this to be publicized. She doesn't believe that, she believes that the world will change through acts of kindness. She believes it's educating children. She believes in having a new mindset about the world. That is what actually will change the world. And she does not want us to amplify what's happened to her, which I thought was actually extraordinary. So I'm not even going to talk about that. But that is how we can help as well. These little small acts of kindness and doing everything we can. But at the same time, what Vahid is doing is a huge act of self-sacrifice. It's a very eloquent, what Vahid is doing is a really eloquent piece of social action. Many people say it's passive-aggressive, but actually it's bringing a huge attention to something that the people of Iran want. So these are two processes going on. One is the big stuff that we're talking about to help the people of Iran. And the other thing is being mindful of what we do in our personal lives, which do actually change the world. So I just wanted to share that and encourage everyone to go to the London Eye on Saturday. Thank you very much. I haven't got much time to be on here, but I just want to send my love and appreciation and support to Vahid. I'm Abid Jalili and I'm done speaking.
Mr. Jali, thank you so much for your time and really appreciate you, sir. واقعا نقلص شما هستم. Thank you so much for taking your time. I know you're a busy man and you're constantly doing stuff, but you've been an avid supporter for Mr. Beheshti, and it's truly adamant. And thank you for just giving that words of wisdom. I think sometimes in this room we need someone with a little bit more influence to give us that push in this revolution, because I understand burnout is a thing, but I look at Mr. Beheshti's 61 days of just tireless efforts of patriotism for the people of Iran, and then you're telling me of a story of an innocent Baha'i woman getting her kneecap just crushed. It truly just, I can't even speak on it because I don't even want to be. I have to be emotional, but I can't because I have to keep that poker face because I have to host this room. But it truly just breaks my heart, and this is why I do this. You know, I've been up. I haven't had any sleep because I've been praying for Mr. Beheshti's safety, and I've been praying that people will do come in, and you know, this tireless effort that me and Action and Nima John and Action and Nima have been putting these beautiful Twitter storm posts out. We've been in this room for almost 2.5 hours, and we have we have Mr. Brodsky, we have Sphinx, we have Ava and Arazu, and so many people of different backgrounds that are either Iranian, that are not Iranian, they're allies, but that's what makes the difference. That's what makes me happy, and that's what sets me off from a lot of other people. It's just, I want to see our country free. I want to see Mr. Vahid. I promised him, I said we will have a room for him and for his patriotism. It's not about, this is not an agenda room. This is a absolute critical life or death to make Sepah a terrorist organization and to push the mantle even further, to pressurize even going forward. So I just wanted to say that. Can you guys hear me? Because apparently my mic is being messed with. Can you guys hear me? Am I
We
good?
can hear you fine. We can hear you
Okay.
fine. Can I just add one quick thing as well? There was a video just published today, and on Masih Alinejad's page, they had English subtitles on it, which doesn't actually tell you that the main thing that was said was not translated. I'm sure some of you saw a woman without a hijab on a bus, and the bus driver had stopped the bus and was telling her to put her hijab on, and she was refusing, and she was saying, "Just let me off the bus," and he'd said no. I don't know if anyone saw that particular video, but on Masih Alinejad's page, there's some subtitles in English. But I felt the most important thing being said was not translated into English, where the passengers were saying, "Come on, let her go. You're stopping here. We can report you for not moving." And he was saying incomprehensible things like she's got to put her hijab on. And then she says in Farsi, in ahmaqa, in ahmaq, hamashun hamintarian, which is like, this is what they're like. This kind of idiocy. This is what they're like. But she was not standing for it. That's why we keep saying the women are going to win this, because the women have had enough. And any revolution that is woman-led, and it is 85% successful. The women started this. The women are going to finish it. I really recommend you go and see that video. It's a standoff. The bus driver will not continue until she puts her hijab on. She says, "Well, let me off the bus." He won't let her off the bus. And the people are shouting, "Let her off the bus. We can report you." But she says, "In ahmaqa hamashun intarian." All these idiots, they're all like this. And that is what Vahid is doing. This is to stand up to that kind of idiocy. We say, comedians, we do satire, which is making fun of idiocy, making fun of foolishness. And that is what the women are standing up against. That's what Vahid is fighting, and it is a mindset, which is exactly that IRGC, kind of defending the regime at all costs. And it's this kind of action that I think will break it. So anyway, I just want to share that. If you haven't seen it, go and see the video. It's really remarkable. But keep going, Vahid, we're behind you.
Thank you. ببخشید ولی یه احمقم توی استیج ما الان هست، دستش هم بالاست، بک‌گراندش هم سفیده. همینو میخواستم بگم. Thank you.
Why. Snowden, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mr. Beheshti, it's like a gut punch, just realizing how much pain you're in right now, and that the action in the UK is just taking so long, and it's so hard to understand. But wow, the courage is just inspiring, and it's a rare thing. And so I really don't know what else to say about that, but you're in my thoughts so much. And I hope that they pay attention. I really do. And there are a lot of people who really care about what you're doing, and it's obvious. So yeah, we just keep doing what we can to support you. I wanted to just ask the room if there's anyone that's working on a resolution in Congress specific to Mr. Beheshti to try to urge the UK to do anything. Do you know if there's anything like that? And I have another question too, if somebody could answer that.
I'm happy to answer that question. There's been a resolution introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives that calls on the EU to sanction the IRGC as a terrorist organization. But obviously, since Brexit, the UK is its own separate entity right now. So I was a little disappointed that resolution was not clearer that it should apply to the EU and the UK. I don't think it was a purposeful distinction. I just think that it was, it should have made clearer that we're calling on the EU and the UK specifically to do so. It's just been introduced, so I don't think it's, it could be amended to include the UK.
And if I may just chime in to dovetail off Jason's point.
Wait for your turn,
Um,
please. There's a hand
it was
up.
a question. No, I'm just
Wait for your
wanting to
turn.
add to Jason's
There's a
point.
hand up. Wait
Sphinx.
for your turn. There's a hand up. You're not co-host or host.
Yeah,
Wait for your turn.
just
There's
to
a hand
dovetail.
up. There's a hand up.
Sphinx, like you're
There's
not
a
even
hand up.
co-hosting.
There has a hand up.
Like, where's the hostility coming?
There's a hand up.
Anyway, Snowden, go ahead.
All right. I wouldn't mind hearing the rest of that at some point. But the other question, so if there's no one in Congress, and I wonder if it should it be a separate one, or should it be added to that one? Because I looked around and I was thinking maybe we could start a call storm action. Maybe we should chat about that and try to get something going to get people to start calling around to their own representatives to try to get a resolution done that's separate, just to draw even more attention to it. I know the meeting's coming up on Saturday, but it couldn't hurt. The more resolutions they do to ask allies to participate in all of this, the better off it is in terms of trying to get the attention also of the UK Council, or not the UK, the EU Council. And I mean, this just it's astonishing to me that there's any hesitation at all in naming IRGC a terrorist organization. I don't get it. I know that there are issues with businesses and that sort of thing, but it's just unconscionable to me that we can't get this moving more quickly.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I just wanted to make something very clear because I wanted to show the people who that individual was. I didn't bring him up just to bring him up, but I do believe in free speech. But this individual has me blocked, and this individual, it is what it is. But, if you're going to interrupt my room, then you can't be on stage. That's just not, we're not going to do that, especially when there was Snowden. I did not want to interrupt you because you had your hand up first. And I was going to go to him, but he decided to be rude, and unfortunately, I'm not going to have that in my room. If you guys had a problem with that, I understand, but I don't take that crap too lightly because I don't believe in a man going above a woman to speak. We are trying to fight a revolution that's Zan Zindagi Azadi, and for him to do that is quite frankly, rude, but I'm not going to discourse any more of that because it's not important, but I wanted to show you guys that I am fair, and I'm also very, I'm about free speech, but if you're going to interrupt the room, I'm going to give you one chance. If you're not going to listen to me, and I'm the host and my co-host, you're going to disrespect that, then we're going to move on. And it's just very clear because I don't have time for that, and I don't want to make Mr. Beheshti's time wasted. So, Mr. Beheshti, I do apologize for that, but some individuals do not like that, but I wanted to show the world that, I am fair in opposite views, but I'm also not going to listen to the bullshit. So I just wanted to kick it down, and I do apologize if that offended some people, but you know what, it is what it is. So Snowden, I see you're on mic. Please go ahead, and then we're going to get to Matt.
Yeah, real quick. I'm almost done. Thank you so much for that, Alex, and thank you, Sphinx, for standing up for a fellow woman. I appreciate it so much. And the only other thing I wanted to say was I was wondering if the video that you're talking about is the one where she had actually gotten off the bus and was outside, because I saw that before there were any titles on it, but it was pretty horrifying. Apparently they had been at Soleimani's grave. Is that the same video that you were talking about?
No, I was talking about the video on the bus. You're talking about a different thing where a woman who died from a heart attack and another kid was, I think, shot. That's a different video. That's a 2-minute video. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because it looked like she was there without a hijab screaming, and she was outside, and there was a kid on the ground, but I couldn't understand it. It was all in Farsi.
It was quite confusing because the bus was also pro-regime women it was I didn't share it because I would have been too confusing, but I think it was a load of Basijis coming from Qasim Soleimani's grave, and I think that they got into a fight with a family, and a 60-year-old woman who was not wearing hijab was beaten, and I think she died of a heart attack, and a kid, and then they were throwing stones at the bus because they were pro-regime. It was quite a confusing video, but it was quite tragic that people died. But no, I was talking about a slightly different. I was talking about one that Masih Alinejad shared on a bus, inside a bus. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for being an ally for the Iranian community. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate everybody in this room. I'm going to go ahead and get to Mehban June, and I really appreciate you, Aziz Dylan. Please go ahead. You have the floor. Go ahead, Mehban June.
Hello everyone, and درود آقای بهشتی عزیز. I'm so glad you're still standing strong, stronger than ever. I wanted to talk about the recommendation Snowden just come up with, calling the individual, something that I think this campaign has not done yet. I know some of the MP already came up with the letters in support of آقای Beheshti. However, if a campaign like that, آقای Beheshti, if you prove it, we can come up with it. We can come up with the name numbers of all the MPs, because all the time we are really talking to the Prime Minister. Maybe we could put all other people talking to Prime Minister. That's, I think, like Massa Act, that is really has been effective so far. But Mr. Brodsky, if you think we should come up with that campaign, we're gladly are ready to go for it. Let us know. Mike back.
All right, thank you so much, Mehban June. Sorry, guys, I'm getting chatter. Action June, please go ahead.
I just want to mention, sorry for my voice is going off. So I just want to mention that we had international call day campaign to call Rishi Sunak's office to ask him, to meet with Mr. Vahid officially to proscribe IRGC as a terror organization. So we did that as an international call day, but we had actions on regularly to ask people to call them. And it's not only for people in UK, it can be done with people globally. But it's a good idea to do it again as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Action June. And guys, I think now's a good time to go ahead and start the Twitter storm again. Now that a lot of people have answered questions. Ava June, I see your hand is up. Azizan, please go ahead. You never need to put your hand up. You're essential to this room because you made this happen also. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Alex John. Hi to Omid and hi to Jason. My question goes to Jason, please. I do apologize, Jason, if this is a question that has come up in the previous space. I just wasn't here, and it's something that I can't quite get the grasp of it. I guess I would appreciate if you could explain a bit more. Sorry, UK was very close to proscribing IRGC, and it appeared that after Secretary Blinken visit, there was some hesitation, we felt. The question was put to the US administration at the time if they have asked basically UK to pause this, which was something that was passed down to Vahid by Tom and Alicia, that the US has pressured UK to pause proscribing IRGC terrorists at the moment to pretty much because they are negotiating over prisoners. However, US got really frustrated with that narrative and pretty much debunked them and rejected that they have been behind such a push. And they have said that, well, US has already got IRGC as a terrorist organization. Why would they stop UK? What do you think really gave Rishi this cold feet? Is it really Islamic lobbyists have, obviously they wouldn't be sitting quiet, but given that Rishi vote-wise is not in the best place, politically Tories are not really in the best place, this would have really worked well in his favor. What has really caused this hesitation? And yeah, I just can't quite grasp it that he was very close. He obviously did give that promise when he will take office, he would do it and he would push ahead with it. And that all of a sudden seemed to have really come to halt. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for that question. My perception, and from what I hear, is that there is a split in the cabinet over whether to prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. The Home Secretary and the Security Minister are both in favor of sanctioning the IRGC as a terrorist organization, but the Foreign Office has been opposed, and that is why it's been held up. The Foreign Office does not want to lose its channels of communication with the Islamic Republic. But, you know, most of us in this room know those channels of communication have produced nothing. And so that is the rationale that has developed and the dynamic right now, I think, that is the UK government faces. Now, we are seeing cross-party support from Labour and Tories for the prescription. I personally can't get to the bottom of who is telling the truth regarding whether the U.S. has been or warning the UK against sanctioning the IRGC as a terrorist organization. My government, you know, the Telegraph published that article saying that the U.S. State Department was encouraging the UK not to sanction the IRGC as a terrorist organization. That produced a fairly angry response from the State Department denying that report. But then at the same time, I hear UK officials like the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee in Parliament, Alicia Kearns, and Lord Pollock saying that they hear the US has been saying that the UK shouldn't sanction the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So someone here is not exactly being truthful, and I don't know who it is, but it's a very, it's completely, it's unproductive, and it is not, if my government is the one that is making any such representations of the kind, it is not reflective of the will of a bipartisan majority of elected lawmakers, and that person is not representing the United States, in my opinion. So that is what I would say regarding that. You know, I think that I understand that there is some sensitivity with the negotiations over the release of hostages in Iran. We cannot forget about them. Our governments have a solemn obligation to bring them home. But my argument is that even after the U.S. designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, it was able to get 3 of its citizens out of Iran. So the existence of prescription or sanction on the IRGC as a terrorist organization does not mean that we will not be able to get hostages home. So I think that that's a false argument. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that awesome question, and thank you, Jason, for taking some time. And guys, I want to go ahead and say I do apologize for that little spiff up that you heard earlier. I don't want the room to turn in some way because of that, but we're not going to have interruptions in this room. We're going to have a solidarity, but if you're going to go ahead and attack somebody and not listen to what I try to say calmly, then I'm sorry. You're just going to have to get out of the room. That's just how I see it. If you don't like it, well then, you know, I don't like people interrupting over women. So that's just my personal opinion on that. I'm getting, and then the guy just attacked me, called me a piece of shit wanker. So there you go. So much for that character. Anyways, no more attention to that. I know some people got rubbed off the wrong way, but we need to get back to what was focused, and that's for Mr. Beheshti. And, you know, as we see, Action June has done such an amazing job posting these new posters and tweets. If you can, please go ahead and retweet off of Action's account. I've tried to do that, but I'm also trying to host, so I can't really do it myself. That's why I have Action and Nima. Please follow these 2 lovely individuals who for almost 3 hours now have been Zahmat Kishidan Barib Shama, and they're giving their time. And I think that's very important. And also Mr. Beheshti has been giving his time, and we had the privilege of having Miss Stevens come in too, which is Mr. Beheshti's wife, and a lot of just amazing information today. And Vahijan, I think this room was a success today. I mean, Omijan's been here. Jason came in. I think this room was very well done, and I think we're going to have another one at probably before the rally or after rally, but I'll get to you about that. I think your message is getting more heard, and I think the way you're putting so much time and your body and your energy, I think we need to do the same and give back to you. And we need to support the people of Iran, and we need to support everything that you're doing, my friend. And it's a blessing, and it's an honor to know you and to be in your circle. Is there anything you want to say, and how are you feeling right now? I know you're resting and listening, but is there anything you want to give to the people? Because I see a lot of new faces coming in. Maybe you want to just give a recap of what you've said, if that's okay with you, if you can, of course.
Can you send me the tweet where he's trashing you, please? Thank you.
I'll send you later. Bye-bye.
Of course. Thank you, Alex John. And I thank everyone who they participate in this space, specifically Mr. Brodsky, Mr. Jalili, who they supported this act. This is not my act. From the beginning, I said that this is our act.
We have Mr. Alireza Akhundi here, and I just wanted to mention that.
That's
great.
Bring him
up. Please bring him up.
So that's great to have Mr. Akhundi here as well. So this is great. So this was our act, and as I said, we were successful so far. We had some achievements. It's not the automated goal that we were asking from the day one, and that's our demand. But I think in all I can say, tomorrow we have to see what's going to happen tomorrow with my meeting and with Foreign Office, which is the second official meeting with the government. But all I can ask from everyone here, if they can focus on the rally on 29th, that can be a great help to us. They have to see this is not my voice. This is not my demand. This is the demand of many people. There is a great force behind this demand. They have to feel it. They have to see it. And I think, as Mr. Brodsky says, he's going to put the tweet and ask celebrities to promote that rallies. And I know Mr. Omid soon he's going to do one video himself. So this kind of act, I think, in next few days will have a great effect on 29th. I don't know how I'm going to be on 29th. I hope I will be able to speak there, but doesn't matter if I'm there or if I'm not there. The rally it's gonna happen and will continue, and I can see how they getting frustrated, the cyber army of regime, specifically after the 125 MPs who joined our campaign. Miss Alicia Kearns, she's been a part of campaign now since the day 26, and they see we are getting closer. Another rally. The other point of this rally, guys, is beyond the prescription of IRGC is become a center of love and unity between all these different groups in London, the Iranian diaspora, which they had some kind of, it was kind of discussion between them and maybe conflict, we can say, which I think that regime created in past, specifically 3-4 months. Now they become together, they become united. Now there's love and peace between them, and so it's become really dangerous for the regime. So my request again, to focus on this rally for next 3-4 days, see what's going to happen. That's all. And if you let me, I'm just going to go about 10-15 minutes. And then if the room is still here, I'm going to come back to the room. Thank you.
Oh, no, of course. No, please take your time. And I'm sure this room is actually getting on fire from what I'm seeing. This is unbelievable. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Beheshti, for your time. And I understand you're you're giving us a lot of information, a lot of resources, and a lot of just everything that is happening. So we do appreciate it. And if you got a rest, I completely understand. Jason, thank you for coming in. I see that you're leaving. Thank you for taking some time for coming in. I really much appreciate it. I also, I'm not going to put Mr. Akhoundi on the spot, but as a member of Parliament, if you'd like to come up and speak a few words, please come on up, sir. We truly appreciate it. This is, we did this for Mr. Beheshti because we want to get the word out. We want to make SEPA a terrorist organization, and we want to make it very clear what our mission is here as diaspora all around the globe, not even just in even the people who are in Iran right now. So with that being said, Mr. Akhoundi, if you want to come up and speak, please do. We would love to have you. It'd be truly up, and he's up. Mr. Akhoundi, I really appreciate your time, sir. Thank you for coming in, and I know you're a busy man. Please, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you for everything you guys doing for the freedom of the brave Iranian people. I don't want to take any air from other speakers. It's a happy day today. Our work together has brought us here. We are not finished. We have a long journey ahead, but together and only together, I'm quite sure that we are going to succeed. Thank you for being there for those people who doesn't have a voice. That's why your voice is more important than ever. Thank you.
No, thank you, my good friend and sir. And I give you a follow, Mr. Akhoundi. Please do stay. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions asked, and I know you have some. You're a busy man being a member of Parliament for Sweden, and Mr. Beheshti will be back. He's going to go get some rest, as he just said. But please do stay, and I'm sure the people will have questions for you, I'm sure. And thank you for coming in, and thank you for just speaking. It truly means a lot. And we've been doing this room for 3.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen, and we have been immediately. This is insane, man. This is wonderful. Like, this room is on fire right now. You guys are retweeting. So I'm gonna reset the room again. I like to do that every 30 minutes because I want to engage you, lovely people, and I also want to say that Mr. Beheshti's been in this room for over 3 hours. Wonderful news coming out. We had the lovely privilege of having his wife speak, Miss Stevens, speak for a good bit, and now she's in a meeting, but truly is a pleasure to know her. And also Mr. Omid is here with us, and he's, probably listening, but speaking. We've had so many just different people coming in and speaking. It's been a wonderful room. So this is the Iran Roundtable, and we're doing a campaign. And as my co-moderators, Action for Iran, Nima, John, have done wonderfully for 3.5 hours, we have been posting these wonderful tweet storms, and we just want to make it very well known. And I see my friend Alex is in the room. Alex is a journalist. Thank you so much for coming in, my good friend. And I see a lot more speakers are going up. So we're going to get to the hands now. So I just wanted to reset the room. I'm going to keep this room going as long as it needs to be. And Mr. Beheshti still comes back. We're going to do that. This is what we're doing for, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the room. Please retweet this space. And also please retweet these wonderful posters and flyers that Action and Nima John have spend time doing, because I've been the one talking for the whole time. I don't want to keep talking, but thank you guys for so much. It really means a lot. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I believe in ladies first, and then Mr. Akhoundi, if you want to speak, you don't even need to put your hand up, sir. As a member of Parliament, you do more work for your country, so it's wonderful to have you, sir. Thank you so much. I gave you a follow. And we do have more rooms like this for Mr. Beheshti coming up. So it's truly a pleasure to have you, sir. So thank you again. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get to Ava June, and then I'm going to get to Aves. Then I'm going to get to let's see what we got. We got Lady Verda. So I believe in ladies first, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to get to Ava June. Sorry, you just heard my water bottle crack. That was funny. We're going to get to Ava June, then we're going to get to Lady Averta, then we'll get to Avesta, then we'll get to RS John. So Ava June, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alex John. Hi, Mr. Ahmadi. Really good to see you. Thank you for supporting Vahid, and we do really look forward to the 29th and what you bring in for Vahid. And we do hope that the rally is quite large for him, so yeah, he gets the result that he wants. And IRGC is proscribed as a terrorist organization as soon as possible. Omid John, I did pitch something to Vahid's wife, Maddie, and I do pitch it here, I guess, in the space to you as well. It is in regard to a few people that you know. I noticed that on Twitter, J.K. Rowling does follow you. So I don't know if you could reach out to her. She has been a big supporter of a woman like freedom movement, and she might come behind Vahid, especially in regards to the rally that's happening on the 29th. Also, the new movie that you have actually acted in. I was mentioning before that Priyanka Chopra, she is best buddies with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. I do know they are a bit of a controversial figure in UK, but I thought perhaps in this case they might not be a bad option for Vahid. Anything they touch always makes a big news, and perhaps if you could put that, I don't know, put some words in for us, we would really appreciate that. Thank you. I just thought I'd take the opportunity here. Thanks, Alex.
May I just say that the fact that they are, they tend to, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry tend to go, have no problem sort of contradicting the official line of the crown is actually a good thing, because you know, they're fine sort of taking a stance that's independent of the crown in England. So that's actually a positive thing. The fact that they're, you know, quote unquote controversial, I would take that as a positive sign.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ava. Sorry, I was trying to unmic, but my Twitter glitch decided to freeze for a second. Sorry about that. Lady Averta, June, please. Thank you for being patient.
No problem. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Mr. Ahundi and Omid John. Thank you so much for this great space. I actually have a question for Omid John or whoever is from England. So I was wondering, you know, about something very similar to what Ava John said. Is there any way for us to have access to David Beckham? I remember that Matty John, she she said a few times that I guess he is very much kind of like involved human rights activities, and he's very interested. And if he knows, he will get involved. So I was wondering if there is any way that we can get him involved, that to get to know the situation that's going on with Mr. Beheshti. Thank you.
Omid John, did you want to answer that? Anybody?
I can't really answer that. I mean, he's someone you can get to him, but whether he responds or not, it's difficult for him, because a lot of people during the World Cup in Qatar were trying to get him to speak about human rights, but because he was paid many millions of dollars to represent the World Cup on behalf of Qatar, he naturally had his hands tied and couldn't say very much. So since then, it's been difficult to get him to speak on any kind of human rights things. But I mean, it's a nice point. Celebrities in general, for me, it's not really about celebrities. It's good that celebrities can, like whenever, you know, Angelina Jolie puts a post about Iran, I'll share it on my stories on Instagram. I mean, it's all very good and well, but at the end of the day, it's the people in Iran who are driving this revolution. And I said this the last time we were on the space. Rather than speaking about celebrities, I think it's more important. I think that there was a campaign that we've been trying to start, actually speaking to Basijis, speaking directly to the security forces who are doing all the violence. And as I said last time we were here, Shahin Lu, very, very, very influential Instagram person with his 2.1 million followers, for the first time revealed himself and spoke directly to them and said there are two kinds of Basijis: the ones who are doing the killing and raping. We have nothing to say to you, and you will be dealt with accordingly. But to those who don't have blood in their hands, for those who are still, you know, under the influence of what's going on, come and join. Come and join the people. And the quicker you do that, the quicker we can finish this. So although on the one hand, raising awareness here in the West is very good and we can do all we can. I mean, if David Beckham says, hey, everyone go to the to the rally on the 29th, yeah, we might get another 1,000, 2,000 people there. But it's really about what's going on in Iran and why Vahid Beheshti's hunger strike is so extraordinary, because it is what the people want there, to put the IRGC on the terrorist list and also to get to the people who are doing the violence, get to those people. Because, I hate to say this, and this is very controversial what I'm going to say now, but in many ways, they're dead already, these people. If they speak out, come on behalf of the people, they'll probably be put into these secret jails where they never come out, or they'll get shot. But, they can damn well try and come on the side of the people. So it's a very delicate situation. It's very tough, but we do know Vahid is doing this for them because he knows. I was talking to Vahid saying a lot of the IRGC, their families, are not happy with them. They don't want them to be there. They don't want to be part of a terrorist organization. They don't want it. So these are the points. I think these are the points why what Vahid is doing is so important. I get what you're saying about celebrities, and it's wonderful when they do speak out. But to me, I don't want to spend my time going around sniffing around. Hey, you're a celebrity. Could you help out? Hey, David Beckham, can you do this? Hey, Sting. Hey, all the other people that have been suggested. Golshifter, you know Chris Martin of Coldplay. Could he come down and speak to Vahid? I don't think that makes so much of a difference. What we can do with our own circle of people, get the awareness going. But it's really about encouraging the people of Iran, which is why Vahid's thing is so important. That is such a great pressure. And that's what they require. And the other thing we require is to get everyone's striking in Iran right now. That's a big thing. And the final thing is get those security forces on the side of the people. There you go. Thanks. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, guys.
No, thank you, Mr. Omi. I really appreciate the words of wisdom. I mean, look, we're gonna the advice I can give, and I want to get to Arshia and Snowden, have your hands up, and I want to get to you lovely people's hands. I mean, look, guys, we're doing this together. We're gonna keep fighting for Mr. Beheshti. This isn't the end. It's the climactic part is coming. I don't mind celebrities. I think that's a great way. If they're going to do it, they do it. But I do agree, if their hands are tied, like with the World Cup, we saw what happened in the World Cup. Women wearing Women Like Freedom shirts got arrested, but yet Basijis and Sepais were out open. That's just, unfortunately, we're in a world right now that the lobby is so powerful. And look what they did this week to him. I mean, for 7 to 8 days, they attacked him. They called him every freaking godforsaken name in the book, misinformation, conspiracy theories, you name it, and it's just disgusting. But this is what's going to happen, and this is what the regime is afraid of. One man for 61 days putting his body, his mind, and literally his soul into something that's nonviolent civil disobedience. I mean, again, I say this again. Would you do that for 61 days? Would you absolutely go pitch a tent outside of the Parliament building in the UK and do what Mr. Beheshti did? I don't think so. I mean, this man is a saint. And again, I don't know his history, but I know what he's done for 61 days. And it's bringing people together. It's bringing other communities together. And I see right now, just in the room, journalists are listening. Mr. Al-Khondi is here. I mean, we need to focus on now. We need to focus on the people of Iran, and we focus on what's happening. I mean, right now, as we speak, Mr. Beheshti is in a tent and he needs to rest. And at the same time, we're seeing chemical attacks in schools to distract us. We're seeing a labor strike happening. 81 places are now saying it's about to be bigger. So there's a lot of good, but we need to focus on the rally on Saturday, and then we need to keep pushing the gas pedal moving forward. That's all I'm going to say about that. There's so many hands going up.
I'm sorry, you said 81, but you just glitched. 81 what?
81. Oh, okay. You didn't hear me? I said there was 81 places today that were on strike. 81 factories and chemicals. No, you're welcome. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I do glitch. Action June, I'm going to go to you. Then we're going to go to Arshia, Snowden, and then we'll get to the rest. Action, go ahead.
Thanks, Alex John. Sorry again for my voice. I just want to mention we are more than 300 people in the room. So we have to make the London 29 April appear as trending today. I mean, there is no excuse for that. I see that I don't see, I mean, when I refresh my timeline, I don't see that much of tweets from the room. Please, everyone, and it's easy, just simple steps. Like and retweet the tweets that we pinned above, and then go to the profile of people in the space, or just refresh your timeline and like and retweet the tweets that you see it's related to London April 29 or IRGC terrorist. We need to make this hashtag trend tonight. I mean, or actually today for some people. So please do that. And I don't wanna, because there are a lot of hands up, and we have great guests that we wanna ask them questions. But please don't forget about the Twitter storm as
No,
well.
thank you, Action June. Thank you for saying that. I was just about to say that, but thank you. Wonderful. Good co-hosting duties, Aziz did. Jason, I brought you back up. Guys, if you're not speaking, please do move down so we can bring more people up. I'm sorry that I have to be that kind of person, but Twitter only allows a certain number of people, and I want to make it very clear that I want Mr. Omi, Jason, and anybody else that's staying to please come up and be concise. I'm not going to move and boot you, but we got to move some people down so more people can come back up. So I just wanted to put that in there. Okay, Arshia June, we're going to go to you. Then we'll go to Snowden. Then we'll get to Avesta, and then RS John, and then we'll go to Sana. All right, Arshia, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Alex. Thank you for the wonderful space as always. Just want to say hello to Mr. Ahundi. I'm part of the Twitter army that actually approached you at Hotel Washington during the Nufti weekend. So it was a pleasure to see you here. And Mr. Jalali, thank you so very much for bringing up the point about chasing after celebrity without knowing much facts about them. You mentioned briefly about David Beckham. I'm sure that's a reason. But I'm also a legislative activist, not only just for MASA Act in US that we're pushing through. I'm also a legislative activist for the family law, which is on a global stage, not just for US. And we do have a case, and whenever the name of this celebrity comes up, I always go make a comment because we're dealing with a child abuse case law, and sadly, Angelina Jolie is one of those co-sponsors for this, and there's a massive case for it in United States. So whoever is familiar with the family law, and there's a very specific reason she got involved with the Iran Revolution. So I do appreciate the Iranians before they getting excited about certain celebrity getting involved, just do a little bit your own investigation and search and find out what is the incentive of certain celebrities wanting to get involved and they don't want to get involved. So do not trust whoever says whatever, but know a little bit of a background about certain people who are deeply involved. But sadly, about Angelina Jolie, it is a very, very sad and serious investigation in US and globally. So I just wanted to mention that certainly she's not one of those celebrities that should be involved based on the child abuse law that we're trying to pass. And hopefully we'll get some good news, as well as MASA Act for both child abuse and MASA Act separate issues, separate legislative matters sometime this week. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Arshia June. Really appreciate it. And shout out to the MASA Act Army and to all the wonderful people who are in this room right now. Wow, this is amazing, guys. Guys, and my phone, I had to charge my phone. My phone was on the verge of dying. So we're going to keep this room going as long as it protrudes. But if I do crash, it's just because there's so many people coming in. It's truly a blessing. You guys rock. So, all right, we're going to get to Snowden, Avesta, Arash, and then we'll get to Sana, June. And Snowden, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I'll be really quick. I put my hand up for one reason, and then I just want to say something really quick for a second reason. And that is about the celebrities. I totally understand and agree for the most part that sometimes celebrities can steal the thunder of what's going on. But in this case, because it is so urgent, they can also drive some extra press. So, if it's something like this, I totally advocate, if you know somebody, to get them to at least say something in Twitter and or show up if they're in London. So, and that was just one thing, and it was an aside, but I just wanted to say thank you. And even before you you mentioned about people going down. I know that Twitter gets really glitchy when there are too many speakers. So I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye because I didn't want to be rude. But I also just wanted to thank you so much for this. It's so important, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you bringing me up to speak. And I wish you all well. And I'll start another tweet storm myself tonight as well. So thanks again. And I'm going back down to listener now.
No, thank you so much, Snowden, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your communion with us in the community. We need more non-Iranian allies as yourself. We really appreciate your words of wisdom. And guys, if I did move you down, it's nothing personal. I'm trying to make room for other guests, but I'm going to bring people back up if you have a question. So I'm going to do that. So Snowden, I'm going to move you down just because we got more people that want to come up and have questions. So thank you for that. Thank you, Arshia. All right. All right.
Thank you so much. And I'll DM you about something that we're working on with Ali too. So I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
No, thank you. And the pleasure's all mine. Thank you so much. Avesta, John, please go ahead. Thank you for being patient on us.
Thank you, Alex. Hi, everyone. Good to see Mr. Jalili, Mr. Brodsky, and Mr. Akhundi in the room. I just wanted to kind of mention one point, and that is every time I see such sanctions against IRGC commanders being implemented, I ask myself one simple question, and that is, why weren't they sanctioned already? You know, but I just don't understand. It seems to me that there is no end to how many IRGC commanders there is to be sanctioned. And none of these seems to be working. You know, I think by negotiating with these thugs, by, letting them go nuclear, and by, by talking, by doing business, signing deals or whatever with these monsters, you are literally legitimizing fascism. I mean, what is fascism? I mean, I want some explanation. If they raid your house with no warrant, if they rape your kids in their prisons, I mean, is this a legitimized government? I mean, why can't they simply prescribe the entirety of this biggest terrorist organization in the world as a terrorist organization? Why is it so difficult? Why so many symbolic, misguiding, ineffective sanctions? You know, this is my main question I wanted to ask, if people can answer. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Bedagam. I really appreciate you, Avesta, John. Thank you for the precise question. My quick comment to that, if I don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make this very quick 15-second comment because I want to get to these hands. Look, we cannot deal with an occupation force that calls itself Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They're not even Iranian, okay? These are mercenaries from other countries that have hijacked our country for 44 years. And when they kill a 59-year-old woman in cold blood today, or yesterday, I think it was, just recently this morning, this just showed the world. And what drives me insane is when people like Joseph Borrell, who says you need proof that Sepah is a terrorist organization, you could just go down the crime list of what has happened in a week. You don't even have to go 44 years and look what has happened. So with that being said, I think it took Mr. Beheshti, that's what this room is about, again, 61 days to finally get the word out. We have 348 people in this room right now. I encourage everybody right now to do the tweet storm that Action and Nimajan have eloquently put up on these pins. I highly recommend you do that right now. Please, please. It's not begging. It's for the man's life, and it's for the people of Iran. So if you have some kind of ideological problem with that, then please do it for the people of Iran, because they're suffering. Kids are in the street. Women are being treated like second-class citizens. This is a women's-led revolution. Sepah needs to be outlawed everywhere, and especially in the UK. And that's what this room is about. I wanted to put that. Thank you, Avesta, John. All right.
Alex, is it possible for me to give some remarks? I didn't know how to raise hand.
No, please go ahead, Mr. Al-Khoundi. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone, and thanks again. Sorry for jumping in. Some quick remarks about the question. Our goal, our common goal, is to get out the regime that repressing their own citizens and creating a big prison called Iran with 85 million people. That's at least my goal, to get rid of this regime. To do that, we need to do things steps by steps. And let me be clear, the terror listing, terror labeling of IRGC is not my goal. It's a method to reach our goal, to get rid of this regime. And the method that we need is by terrorist labeling IRGC to get to their economic infrastructure and break this infrastructure to give the Iranian people a fair chance to get the streets back from this regime. With the economic infrastructure that they are washing money through companies in Dubai, in Turkey, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Venezuela, and other countries. And this gives them money to maintain the current systems. With the sanction package who came today, especially from that one who came from the European Union, they were targeting the economic infrastructure, Nahade Tavan, the central bank of IRGC. And this is what we need to break the chain that supports this regime. So I'm really grateful to Mr. Beheshti. I'm really grateful to you all to driving this process forward. But keep in mind that IRGC terrorist labeling is the method we are using to get off the regime, is not the goal.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Alkondi. And thank you for elaborating that. I think that was very important. And Mr. Alkondi, you don't even have to put your hands up. If you need to unmic, just please let me or my co-host know. You're more than welcome. You're a parliamentary member and you've done work for your own country and for the Iranian people. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. Arzujun, I brought you back up. You had a question, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Alkhundi, hi. Hi to everyone, of course, like Mr. Jalali, Omid John, and Reza Alkhundi John, and everyone else who's here. Mr. Alkhundi, I've been following you, following that, the advocacy that you've been doing. I might have missed it if you said it today. I'm sorry, I'm doing work, so I'm listening back and forth. But I'm very interested in what you decided to do. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're bringing legal action to expedite the process of putting the IRGC on the terror list. And I don't know the court system, the European court system. I'm in California, but I would be very interested if you could briefly, if not confidential, if it's something that you can talk about, to maybe give something brief on it. And if it's something that, can be done in other places, maybe that could be an avenue to explore, if it's not, because I know sometimes the court system takes forever, but if it's something that some tips and pointers can be taken from it, for others to maybe follow and expedite the process, and that would be great if possible. Thank you so much. And I'll listen and then go down, and so that others can be brought up. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Alex, is it possible for me to answer?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. I need to brought up a few things to make this understandable. Within the European Charter, the charter that the European organization is based on, you can use a court ruling to terrorist labeling and any organization that you want. But the thing is that is not the necessary things to do. You can do it anyway if you want. And we have done it in the past. We have done it with Hezbollah. We have done it with Hamas. We did it with Mujahideen. And every time this organization brought this to court, they lost. So what Mr. Borrell is saying is not true. And even in the worst case scenario, if the European Union do it and loses this case, nothing happened. Is not the sanction connected to that. And we already have several court cases that we can use to make sure that our case is even more stronger than it already is. The only reason that Mr. Borrell doesn't want to do that is because he still believes in Barjam JOCPA. I call it JOCPA 2.0 because the first one is dead and buried. So what I'm trying to do is to put pressure in from several different points. Today, I asked a member of the Swiss parliament, they are not part of the European Union, that she's going to put a resolution that I have write down to Council of Europe's table to create a political pressure from non-European Union countries. The case that I brought to the court in Sweden, the steps is that you go to the police and you make a complaint. The complaint goes to a special force within the juridical system, and they are specialized to investigate this kind of crimes. The base of this is Rome Charter, that who is the base of ICC court in Hague. But the thing is that in different countries is different processal rulings. In Sweden, everybody can go and make this claim. That's why I did it. The idea is 5 months old. I spoke with civil rights defenders then, 5 months ago, and asked them to process this. They told me that they are preparing a case against Bashar al-Assad within same law, and they are going to investigate if they have the possibility to do this at the same time. But I want to remember you that Hamid Nouri was convinced to life sentence based on the same rules. And that I understand that IRGC and Hossein Salami is not going to come to Sweden. But if the case proceeds, as I hope, in the best case scenario, we will have a European arrest order. And this European arrest order is the base that we can put the planes down. They need to travel. If they want to travel, they are going to pass different countries. And with this European arrest order, our possibility to restrict their movement is high. So to get back to your question, it's possible to do this in almost every country who apply to ICC convention, and the base is the Rome Charter. But the processal system can be different. In France, I know that they are preparing 2 different cases, but both cases involves d'Autre, someone who has the claim. That's their system. But they are applying the same law that we are applying in Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you so
No,
much.
thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Malcolm.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Arzijan, for the wonderful question. That's why I brought you up. Very intelligent question. Thank you, Mr. Al-Khundi. And again, please do stay around. And thank you for the wonderful information. I think that gives a lot of indignation into what we need to focus on. So thank you for that, good sir. All right. Arash John, I promised I'll get to you. I'm glad you were patient. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. No problem. Let me say I love you guys. Today, tonight is a very special night for us. And I am sure everybody here, we love Iranian people. We love Iran. And one of our friends said that we are 300 here. No, I tell you, we are more than 300. No, we have a lot of souls of Sarina, Kian, Mahsa, Khodanur, Hanane, Neda Agha Sultan, and everybody who suffered under the Islamic regime in 44 years, guys. We are in the beginning of the ending of the Islamic regime. And again, I say we are so many. Everybody who loves freedom, love music, life, and friendship, they are welcome to come and help us to come to the mall. We are going to do that. Tonight, I am very happy to have my friends, Mr. Babak, Hassan Verkiani, Adel Sharifi, Farid, Golnaz, Ali Reza Akhundi, and Omid Jalali. You are a legend for us, Iranian, Mr. Jalali. And I am very happy you are beside the people of Iran because you are Iranian. And again, I say we are in the beginning of our work. I am beside of the Ali Reza Akhundi for several months. We were in Strasbourg. We were 2 times in Brussels. And we are going to go to London 29 of March, next Saturday. And I hope everybody take your family, your friend, and everybody to London. We are going to make a very special day in London. Let's not forget Vahid Beheshti and his wife, Mati Hiven, and all those they are with Vahid right now in the centrum of London. I was there for 1 week ago, 2 nights, and I'm going to come there again. So I say we are going to make history. And I hope everybody here tell with me what we said in Brussels, in Strasbourg, in Norway, in Sweden, and everywhere. IRGC terrorists, we together put them on the list. And I say again, this is not too late. The member of IRGC, you can come to people, to Iranian people. You can change side. You can take your family and come in the side of people. This is still time. We want to put the IRGC in the terror list, not you. So you can be safe if you just change side. I am sorry I not speak very well English because I live 32 years in Norway, and you know Norwegian and English is not the same. You say, for example, Monday, we say Mandag. So this is a little different. But I don't want to take your time very much. I just say the future is for our young people. Millions of young people inside and outside Iran. And Iran is yours. I am 57. I go to the side and you can make Iran big and good again. I am sure we have a wonderful future for you guys. When you say Arash Jan, Nima Jan, Omid Jan, I love it. My daughter, I have two daughters. They live in Norway. They cannot speak Farsi very well, like I cannot speak English very well. But I am sure you are going to make Iran great again. So I say again, please take your friend, family to London, Saturday, 29th of April. You are there with Ali Reza Khundi, Vahid Beheshti, and Omid Jalili, everybody. We are going to make a very special day, and I am sure right now, again, I say Sarina, Kian, Hamid Reza, Mahsa, Khuda, Nur, Hanna, Nida, Agha Sultan, and all of those wonderful wonderful young people we lost, they are happy because we are going to make it good again, and we never forget them. They do everything because we can be together and make the work finish. Like Ali Reza said, we are in the beginning of the road, but we are going to be together and make this thing happening. I am sure we are going to do that. 61 days, Vahid are in the strike, and he said he is going to continue until we are in the mall. So I am sure we make it. But again, this is very, very important to be a lot, I mean, very, very much person in London, and we are going to continue. We again love freedom, we love dance, we love everybody, and we are going to make it. Thank you very much. I love you again.
زنده باشی برا آقام. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Omid. Go ahead.
No, marhaba. He spoke so well, and I'm very inspired by that. And I think what he said was, it's true. You can join the people. Just to remind everyone, the Nuremberg trials, they had the Nazi generals were on trial, not the soldiers. So the soldiers, you have an exit strategy. Behind Taraf and Maradom, come towards the people and get out of there. Just very quickly, can Mr. Ahundi very quickly elaborate on what he said about Joseph Borrell looking to talk about the JCPOA Mark II? I didn't quite get that. Does he actually believe in that? Is that what the holdup is? If he doesn't mind just elaborating on that, you mentioned it, but that was shocking to me. And is there anything more you can say about that?
Hi, sir. Of course, with Alex's permission. Many countries still hope for some kind of way to stop the barbaric regime of Islamic Iran, to stop reaching uranium and stop the developing nuclear weapons. They are up to 83.7% enrichment, and for making a nuclear bomb is 90%. So of course we have a lot of different politicians that still hopes for a new agreement with Iran, and this is one of them. My main objective. I have two after today. The first one is sanction appliance. And the sanction appliance, the IGC is finding many ways to go around the sanctions. We have found a few banks who helps them do that. We know that they are using a lot of companies in UK, in Sweden, in many other countries to wash money, and we need to make sure that the sanctions that we apply are effective, and something similar to Massa Act that they are working on in the US is needed also in Europe to make sure that is no way back. The other objective that I have is stop every attempt to back way bring JOCPA 2.0 back on the table, because it's haven't disappeared. I read the statement from the G7 countries a few days ago, and they are still expressing their hopes to get back to a new agreement with Iran. Also, in the sanction package that was introduced today, if you read the appendix, you will see that we have writing that gives me the shiver, because we are not completely get lost of the thoughts about new JOCPA deal. So one of the things that we need to do is to do these two things at the same time, because if we are succeeding with the process that we are doing in different areas, then we are going to kill the ideas of the new deal. We are weakening the regime substantially and make it possible for the people to succeed with their revolution. And we will have research that the armed forces are turning against the regime, and that's something that we want and we need. And in the end, we will get off the regime. But we need to be careful, because I see many things happening at the same time, and we need to address the different things that we see at the same time. It's a quite difficult chess play that we are playing right now.
Thank you so much. And Alex, will you allow me to repeat the same analogy I gave on here a few days ago?
Yeah, of course.
So Mr. Ahundi, I think we the people would love to, because you agree with us and you are our representative there at the European Union, we're horrified at the JOCPA being brought back, that any kind of negotiation. In fact, this is the analogy I brought up in an Instagram live with Vahid, which was basically for 44 years, we've been sanctioning these people, expecting behavioral change. And there's been no behavioral change. So to even sanction them, it's a bit like being attacked by a group of zombies. And you politely ask the zombies if they would maybe consider a plant-based diet or maybe veganism. There is no negotiation with these people. That day has passed. It is gone. And I think I really commend you and think it's wonderful what you're doing, is to try and cut that off. We have to tell every single MEP, Joseph Borrell, all of them, the days of negotiating with these people is over. And your point about the IRGC being on the terrorist list is not the end in itself. It's a means to an end. That is the most important thing I've heard on here. You and Jason Brodsky are doing so well in raising awareness. And I think the whole world has to push for this, which is why the speaker before was speaking about everyone getting to the rally. This is the way we can show those people that the JOCPA is dead. All this is dead. The time for negotiation with these people is dead. It's over. And well done for trying to push that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to everybody. This is a teamwork, and every piece of this puzzle, every one of you are important and crucial for us to help the Iranian people get the freedom back. Thank you all for everything you do. I'm really, really deeply grateful.
No, thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. I really appreciate you and your time, and please do stay. And you too, Mr. Omid. It has been an amazing, fascinating discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do a room reset really fast, because so many of you wonderful new faces are in this room for Mr. Beheshti. We have now officially, I just want to give the context of how important your voice is. Right now, we have 400 454 people in this room. 454 people. Let's go ahead and look at all of these wonderful tweets that Action and Nima have put out, and some other wonderful people have decided to put in this tweeter storm. If we can, please just go ahead and start retweeting this. I think it's very important. Nima, Action, I hope you guys are okay. I know it's been 5 grueling hours now, so wonderful co-host. I hope you guys are okay. If you're still here, you guys rock. Let's give the co-hosts a shout out, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. But I also want to say thank you, Mr. Akhondi. You have truly been wonderful with your time, and I believe time is very of the essence for everybody, because we're all busy trying to free our people. So with that being said, please do stay around. I don't know how much time you got, but if you ever need to speak, you don't even need to ask me. You can always go ahead first, sir. So thank you for that, good Omi John. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. God, I am just so refreshed. It's like drinking caffeine when I hear discussions like this. So, all right, guys, I'm going to do a room reset. This is the Iran Roundtable featuring Vahid Beheshti, Rishi Sunak calling campaign. I did this room because we need to galvanize our pressure and maximize our efforts to making the IRGC in the UK a terrorist organization. And we're trying to support Mr. Beheshti, 61 days of hunger strike. Mr. Beheshti was in this room. He probably went to go rest. That does not mean he might not come back. He said he might be back later. So if this room keeps going a little bit longer, then, why not? Wonderful people have been in this room, and you guys have made it possible. So I just want to say from not just the bottom of my heart, but for Action of Iran and for Nima John, my co-host, we have been here since 2 p.m. Eastern. We have been literally we have been doing this for a while now, but this is amazing. You guys are rock. 450. Oh, go ahead. You were speaking?
Yeah, just very quickly, for those who've just joined, because there's been another 300 joins since I've been here. Vahid Beheshti is on day 61. There was a Netflix documentary about the hunger strike of Bobby Sands, and it records precisely what he was going through at every moment. Now, by this time, it's interesting, if Vahid's gone to rest, it's amazing to me that at this stage he would have been in a hallucinatory state. Bobby Sands was not able to, but after day 55, I think, don't think he can even open his eyes. So what we're seeing, if you guys have been going for 5 hours, there's an energy in this revolution. There's an energy in the diaspora talking. There's an energy in Vahid Beheshti, which is kind of superhuman, which is a very good indicator of the determination of the people of Iran and all of us outside trying to help. I know that all my social media has been taken over when I heard that they'd shut the internet down. Did everything to be the voice of the little snippets we get on VPN. So the fact that he is still talking is still, from what I heard, extremely cognizant, clear-minded, physically still there. I know he's on his last legs where the body's going to shut down. And this is so urgent. And I think he said his body is weak, but somehow he is even more, physically strong and spiritually strong and mentally more determined. So for people joining now, we're seeing something completely new in the history of hunger striking, which is what Vahid was alluding to, that this is beyond just being, a means to an end to get the IRGC on the terrorist list, to bring down the Islamic regime. It's actually trying to bring down terrorism across the globe as well, because that is what's stopping it, because every country has the ability or the right to defend itself or have aggressive attack in covert operations. Under the UN, people are allowed to do that. And what Vahid is trying to do, essentially start a process to shut that down. So we may, I'm laughing because it sounds crazy, but that's actually the process he's doing, which is why he's getting so much opposition as well. So I just wanted to say that day 61 is absolutely extraordinary. Thank you.
No, thank you, Omi John. And guys, I did just message Mr. Beheshti to come back, because I see a lot more people are in this room. So hopefully, I I think he's resting, but I did message to him. So fingers crossed he'll come back for another 5 to 10 minutes so you guys can answer some questions for him. But he was here for almost a couple hours. So I don't want you guys to think he wasn't here, but you can go back in the recording and see. But thank you, Omi John. Thank you for doing that. And to Mr. Alkhondi. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I want to get to these hands. I want to, for the ones who've been waiting so patiently, I appreciate you guys. I want to get to Sana June. Then I'm going to get to, after that, I want to get to one of my favorite musicians, absolutely one of my favorite rappers, and AK Rishi. Thank you so much for coming in, my brother. Your music has definitely have put an impact. I actually blast it every night. No, I'm not just saying that. Your music is absolutely phenomenal. Give you a follow back, my brother. H-Town legend. I really appreciate you. I want to get to Sana first, but then I want to have the honor of introducing AK Rishi. It truly is a blessing having you, my friend. Sana June, please go ahead, Aziz Adel. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your space, and thank you everyone for your work and for your effort, Mr. Akhundi. And I just wanted to use this opportunity that we have like over 400 people here, to just mention something, like just as a reminder that as we are all actively doing something to help this revolution, we shouldn't also forget that there is the other side, which is the regime's lobby, and they are not idle. They haven't given up yet. And I think seeing what they've been up to lately, it's kind of a sign to be careful and watch out. And also, the whole situation on Twitter, I think it would be great if we can be more careful with this is an information war, and it's serious, and that whatever is happening on social media doesn't only affect social media. It has actual effect in the real world, and it has an effect on our revolution, and on our success and everything. So it would be great if we can just be careful with this wave of whatever is going on, the attacks, the misinformations and everything, and fight back with the disinformations, and don't let it go on, and don't let it take over the important news and the important actions that we need to take. And again, thank you everyone. Thank you for having me and let me speak.
No, thank you, Sana June. Thank you for being patient. I know doing these rooms for 400, 500 people is like a carousel circus right now, but I think everyone is being very patient. All right, awesome. Thank you, Sana June. Please do stay also. All right, my brother, AKR Shi. It's a pleasure to have you. Finally, I got you into one of my spaces, but this is our space for Iran. I hate to say my space. I know I'm the technical host, but I don't call that. I don't brag about that. I do this because I love my people. My brother, you have the floor. Then I'm going to get to Moonitor, Solidarity, and Snowden. But AKR, welcome, my brother. Please go ahead.
My guy, Alex, I really appreciate you, brother. You were hyping me up, man. I was about to start freestyling over here. But greetings to everyone in the space. It's really heartwarming to see, like, how many people from outside of Iran are supporting the revolution. A lot of y'all been away from the country for so long, but your heart are still with the people. And it's really motivating to see that. And, as an artist, as someone who has a platform, as someone who's been, like, speaking out against and speaking up against IRGC and Khamenei and everyone who's been, like, killing our children, I've been doing my best, man. I've been using my platform to raise awareness. I've been using all the resources that we have to just raise awareness in the community that we have over here in the United States. And it's been truly a journey, man. And, just seeing how people are still motivated, how people are still fighting alongside. It's beautiful. What Vahid Beheshti is doing is absolutely remarkable. It's mind blowing. I don't know how more we can support him, but if we can do anything from United States, I will be more than down to help him with anything. And also for Mr. Akhundi, I had a pleasure to meet you at DC. It was such a pleasure, and we are also super proud of you as someone from a young diaspora member, like of Iranian community. I really appreciate you, man. Like this is great what y'all doing out there in your parliament, and I wish that more people can join us, and I wish that more people can understand that just with love and unity we can take them down, because there's no other way around it. I don't know how some people are just making up rumors about IRGC doing some, as you mentioned, Mr. Akhundi, a facelift and just changing his path. I don't even think it's possible. As someone who lived in Iran for a while, as someone who grew up with my people in Iran, in Tehran, as someone who went to jail in Iran, I'm 100% sure that it's definitely not possible. And it's kind of heartbreaking to see how some people are trying to just change the I would say change the look of RGC to like something that is really not, because they are evil, and that's what they've been doing. They've been killing our children, and I'm here to get their revenge. I'm here to just raise more awareness about what's going on. And also to everyone else, I really appreciate y'all. Mr. Vahid Beheshti is here. Sir, salute to you. We do really appreciate you for everything you've been doing. And we are here for you. If there's any way that we can support you, I have a young community behind me, and we just want you to know that we really appreciate you and all your efforts. And I'm here for any of y'all. If you think that we can help in any other way, I have a lot of people in Iran. I have a lot of my fans and followers and my friends in Iran who might be able to help with some stuff. But I know we all have responsibility as diaspora outside of Iran too. So just know that this is possible with our unity and nothing else. I appreciate you, Alex.
No, thank you, my brother. And I was gonna say, with your music and your platform, I will DM you, and we'll work on something for Mr. Beheshti, because I think from now until the 29th, it's impeccable. We get this man the answer he needs to the UK, and look, it's not about me. It's about the people of Iran, and it's about Mr. Beheshti. And I think that is essential. And thank you for saying that, my brother. And your music is on point, and you'll have to come to the good Southeast, and we'll have to kick it sometime. But anyways, I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, my brother, for your music and for what you're doing in your platform. Really appreciate you, AK John. All right, Moonitor, I am so sorry.
No worries.
Go ahead.
Hi, Alex John. I first wanted to express my deepest appreciation to Mr. Vahid Beheshti for literally putting his body in the line to relay the message of Iranians to the world, especially in the UK. And I also wanted to say hi to OJ, but real OG, Mr. Omid Jalili. It's a pleasure to listen to you. And I want to say something to Ali John. I want to appreciate all of your efforts, and thank you for standing strong. But I have a question for Ali Akhundi. So my question is, immediately after you tweeted, not immediately after, but right after you tweeted about the new sanctions in place, Secretary Blinken tweeted about those sanctions, and he said that this was a coordinated action between the U.S. and the UK. So, if this was a coordinated action, how influential the role of U.S. is in these sanctions in Europe, and especially in the UK? Can you elaborate on that, possibly, please?
Of course, thank you for your question. Of course, the countries speaking with each other, especially on this issue, because Iran has a strong geopolitical position, and nobody wants to have a new Syria or Afghanistan. So we need to coordinate our efforts to make sure that the path is the way that we need it to be. The most critical part is to make sure that we are not played, that they use these sanctions to pressure the regime to come back to a new deal. Our objective can be different, I'm always suspicious. I'm always aware that in this chess play, not every player plays in the same team. And we need to make sure that at the same time that we are proceeding with world's first feminist revolution, that we are also making sure that nothing unexpected happened and the brave people of Iran get their freedom back. But I'm really grateful for the steps that was coordinated today. I think that it was a correct step, and it shows the Iranian government that they cannot play different players against each other, because sometimes it happens in world politics, and we need to make sure that the unity that we have, the determination that we have to get rid of the barbaric regime continues and get even stronger.
I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Munitor, for your wonderful question, and thank you. Before we get to these hands, I want to bring the guest of honor back really fast. Mr. Beheshti, you're back. Thank you for coming. I don't know if you were resting. I'm sure you needed a break. I did not mean to bombard you, sir, but as you can see, we have over 500 people for you, my brother and my good friend. I just wanted you to see what's happened since you went and took your rest. I know it's very late where you're at right now in the UK. I know you're in your tent, but please go ahead. If you can give us some words, please.
Thank you. So, Alex, you were wrong if you thought I went for a rest. I went because another meeting happening there for organizing a rally. So there's a big discussion there. So that they needed me to go there because so that's as I explained that. So I said to them, no, I'm gonna go back to the space and then Aziz, we have Umida Aziz still here, that's and other people. On the leaders of I have to see my meeting how it's gonna uh, how my so Lord Ahmad, I found that Lord Ahmad, he wants to see me, so his position is a very high position, so for this particular issue. So it's from foreign office, so we have to see where we are tomorrow afternoon after our meeting. So I think the only request is to focus on the rally. Specifically the celebrities. If these celebrities promote this rally, I think it will have a great effect on the rally.
I thought you were asleep, but no, I agree with you. You Thank you for that, for the elaboration. Action June, I'm going to go to you first because you're the co-host. Go ahead.
Sorry, Alex. Let me action, John. If you let Arash, I think there's a great opportunity to send this message to you. If you tell Arash to check his message, and if he can contact me.
I know everyone was worried about him, and like everyone was sending message to me, but I mean, I don't worry.
Today, but mental health is a big thing, and I think in this revolution, burnout is very quick to happen. So I think everybody needs some rest and be with your family, be with the one. Really means a lot. You guys have no idea that چقدر زحمت این دوتا دوستان عزیز من we have 500 people, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get to these hands, please, if دوستان عزیز, let's not بختمان hands. Wow, it's been over 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Solidarity. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Hi to everybody. Transitioning from autocracy into democracy. And it is, look, they've been eating on a hunger strike for 60 plus days now, to just tell them that they're going to take back what's ours from this, from the England. And quite honestly, they've been doing this to us for a very long time. It is time for his body is going to resort into body organs for energy, and that's going to be irreversible damage. 29th of April. I wish I could. I'm far away from Europe, very far, and I do not have the means to attend myself, but I'll be following it online. I'll be with you, Vahid Beheshti. Thank you very much for what you're doing for us. And remember, guys, you gotta have to support to show them that we are able, we are strong enough, we are united. Side of the history. If you do so, no problem. If we'll stand united, we'll stand strong, and we will stand against you. Enough appreciation to you, man. Um, be well, man. People support as much as you can. IRGC is terrorists. We know they are terrorists. About 400 people, 400 people. I wanted to ask Mr. Akhundi, if he could give us a way. To be honest, I've been worried about them for Republic, and he came out. Oh, look, we say we want the Artish to come out and be with people if they can. You know, we build a mechanism. We can help them. A way that we can help them, support them from outside.
I have been working on. I don't have done a solution yet because I'm not in this position that I can do it by myself with the network I have. To build this exit strategy. Airplanes standby. Armed forces without blood on their hands, and that I don't have a great is working on this also. So hopefully we will find a solution for these kind of cases. I'm sorry that I don't have a better answer right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akhundi. Thank you. Thanks, Alex.
No. Thank you for being patient. You know,
Alex, the hashtag London 29 April is not trending. I ask everyone again if they can come up with any content themselves and use that hashtag so that it is trending. I really appreciate it. It is not trending, and we need this rally to be heard by everyone. Thank you.
So just to be clear, that means that anytime you reply, okay, to a tweet, to any one of these tweets, any single time you reply, you include that. Every single time. Every time. It doesn't mean just a tweet that you do. Every reply. Thanks.
Yes, it just doesn't need to be just pure hashtag because it would look spammy. But if you add anything and then use that hashtag at the end, it's you can just make it trending. Thank you.
No, of course. And I thought you said it was trending. I didn't realize you said it was not trending. All right, guys, let's go and make it trending, please. This is a very important part, and let's go ahead and do that, please. And then April 29th is listening. Thank you for taking your time. She spoke earlier. Very good stuff. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I see some new faces. This is what I'm going to do. Uncle Ped, you requested to come up and speak. I'm going to go to Uncle Snow.
Thanks,
People in Iran.
thanks, Alexa. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I believe you have more than 90% Iranian people here. That's why I want to ask something Farsi from Omid Jan. امید جان من میخواستم از شما بپرسم که با توجه به اینکه شما میدونم که ارتباط دارید که با توجه به اینکه برای 29 اپریل کنار وحید عزیز علیرضای عزیز رو داریم، همینطور حامد اسماعیلیون میان اونجا برای این قضیه، میخواستم هم میتونیم ارتباطی بگیریم که این دوستان رو حالا یا توی مدیا بخوان این کار رو برامون انجام بدن اینکه حضور داشته باشن. این یه مطلب بود که سوال داشتم از امید جان مورد جوری که خودتون میخواید زیر آخرین پستش توییت بکنید. مرسی.
So Uncle Ped is asking Iranian celebrities with very large Instagram accounts like Golshifte Farahani, who has 15 million, Sina Valiullah. They will share on their stories. They don't. Golshifte may even put a post about it. But yes, I think we can rely on their support to they would come down. I know that Sina, for example, I've described Sina as the bravest comedian. United Arab Emirates channel, Persian version, and he puts his has been making fun of the mullahs. I think he has certain restrictions on what he can making fun of foolishness, and I think he's free to do that. But actually attacking the supreme leader or being too political in another, in a sense where the channel is not comfortable, he doesn't get involved in that. So I don't think he would speak at a rally. I don't think he'll even come to a rally, but I think he will support it in his own way. But I don't think he's able to. If he doesn't, we shouldn't judge him, because he has, for him to do the work he does on his show, Chan Shan Mebasina, I think the agreement is that he doesn't get too involved in political issues. So I'm not sure if he will, but Golshifte for sure will be sharing things. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Uncle. Go ahead, Action G. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to mention that I see Matty is in the space. I sent her mic, but I don't know if she can talk right now. Also, out of context and Zainab are in the space to help us to make the hashtag trend. So please like and retweet the tweet that out of context just posted. And regarding what Uncle Ped mentioned, so I pinned a comment, a sample comment that you can use to comment under Mr. Rishi Sunak tweet. So the tweet, you can find his latest tweet, the third from the end that I pinned over there. We don't want to like or retweet his tweet. We just want to add comment over there. And please use, with your comment, please use the poster so that our comments can be seen, like among all of those, the comments that are there. So that will help to get more attention.
So just to be clear, we're trying to get London April 29th trending. Is that what we're trying to get trending?
Yes.
Thank you.
But be clear, okay, okay. But when you see, the thing is that when you start to put that hashtag in, because when I tried it, it comes up like London 29 APR, London April 29. So make sure we all have the same one, because otherwise, like, it won't help at all.
I've just retweeted, quote tweeted just with the hashtag London April 29th with capital L for London and capital A for April.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks, and Mr. Omid. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Snowden, and then after Snowden, Miss Matty, if you're able to speak, you can unmic at any time. I know you were at a meeting. Thank you for coming back in. Really appreciate you. This has been going on for 5.5 hours. This room has got exploding with Mr. Beheshti's support, and we have so many wonderful guests that are in here and wonderful people that are helping. So if you need to speak, just please go ahead and unmic at any time. But if you're not, please just do stay around. Thank you for coming back in. I'm sure it's late over in the UK. But Snowden John, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. And if Maddie does come up, feel free to interrupt me. I don't mind at all, because I know how this goes. I actually had a couple of questions for Mr. Akandi. And forgive me, I'm losing my voice. I've been talking on too many spaces lately. Excuse me. But my first question is regarding the feedback that he gets from fellow parliamentarians. And I'm wondering, sir, if they're being lobbied heavily by like NIAC or any of the regime's talking heads that go and talk to people in Congress, for example, it's been an incredible challenge to try to change the paradigm or get people to start thinking about this in a different way in terms of the congressional reps. And I've spoken with quite a few of them. And, JCPOA it took us a long time to convince some of them that it needs to be dead and they need to start looking at it differently and just start enforcing the sanctions, get the Massa Act passed and enforce those sanctions. Because if the sanctions are truly being enforced, and now that IRGC is on the terror list here, people who do business with them that are also doing business with the United States could be penalized in a way as well. And so I'm wondering if the feedback that you're getting from either Mr. Borelli or any of your fellow parliamentarians or anybody else in the EU, if the feedback that you're getting is that the JCPOA is somehow going to work because of the sanctions, do they not realize, or have they ever mentioned to you that the problem is that the sanctions could be much stronger if they were put on the list? And eventually, if we can overthrow these mullahs, they're not going to need the JCPOA. And I just wonder if they're even aware of that in the feedback that you're getting. And then the other thing real quick is that I just wanted to ask you if anybody that you know that's also in Parliament or anyone in the EU Council, if they're pushing to do sponsorship letters at all of any of the prisoners that are locked up by the mullahs as well. And those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think we have political advocacy for over 400 people right now. Of course, we can find more who can do this. But the thing is that it's a tool without the mandate that is necessary to make sure that it's effective. I'm personally advocacy Reza Arya. He was sentenced to 10 years 1 week ago. And we are trying to do our best to put maximal pressure on the regime to make sure that prisoners are released. But the mandate issue is important. Your other question about the thoughts that are flowing in Europe. I apologize. I'm really tired in my head. I have been on the phone and meetings all day. Of course, what I'm telling the fellow parliamentarians and others that I meet, I'm trying to show them the possibilities with the free, secular, democratic Iran. All the investments can be done, all the possibilities that this beautiful place on earth has to offer, and make them understand that the small losses that the sacrifices they need to do right now is followed with a big reward. In the end, we will have a peaceful Middle East, and we will have less migrants to Europe. We will create a lot of investment possibilities for the Western countries, because a new, free, democratic, secular Iran needs to rebuild itself. And we have a lot of educated people can be put in work and build the country and bring prosper both to themselves and also to the cooperating countries. But not everyone is accepting it right now. And not everyone is willing to pay the small price that needs to be done, especially in southern of Europe. We have less problems in northern Europe, and but hopefully together, and only together, we will out go the regime lobby, because of course they are lobbying hard to make sure that they will win. But I'm sure, and the example that I can use, that together in 7 months, 8 months now, we see a historic change in Europe policy against Iran. Of course, it's not enough. I understand that, but if we continue and not giving up our hope, I'm extremely sure that our common goal will be reached. And in the end, I really need to apologize for have to leave the space, because I have an early meeting in Parliament. It's 12:40 here in Sweden, and want to thank you all for everything you do, and especially Vahid, who I spoke to today. I see you on Saturday, together with a lot of thousands of brave Iranian people who want the same thing as you do. Thank you for everything you do. We love you.
Thank you, Mr. Akhondi, for your time and your almost 2 hours you were with us, good sir. I know you're a hardworking man in your country, and thank you for the questions. We will have another space for Mr. Beheshti very soon. I promise you that, and we will continue to have this room going until me or our co-hosts get exhausted. We've been here for 6 hours, but thank you for coming in and staying around and giving us your time, good sir. And I hope you have a great night, and Zinda Bashi.
Thank you, sir, and good night.
Great night. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reset the room really fast.
Alex, I'm gonna free your space for a little bit. I'm gonna go back down to listener, but I just wanted to say thank you for bringing me up again. I appreciate it so much, and appreciate all of you.
No worries. Thank you for coming up. Wonderful question.
If I may, before Snowden go, I have something for you.
Go for it.
If you don't mind. Yeah, Snowden, glad to see you after a while. Remember, we have problem in U.S. too. We we can't just drop the ball on Europe court. They have to enforce the sanction. There are a lot of companies who have ties with the regime, European companies who are providing service in infrastructure of U.S. like Siemens. So yes, there are sanctions in place, but we still have a lot to do in U.S. as well to convince them to enforce the sanction that they have. So, that's not true to just ask European. Knowingly, we have weakness about Iran policy in U.S. as well. So that's something that I would like to mention that we all need. And I brought it to Jason's attention too, and Jason agreed to, and we need to work on that portion of the, fight that we're doing against this regime. I was about to ask Mr. Akhundi, he left, but I would like to learn more about what would be our strategy next. We're all close to put IRGC on the list, and we're hoping to see that happen, which eventually will happen. But we need to put more pressure on European countries to recognize our resolution and also call this regime as a legitimate government and start talking about freezing their assets or, stop trading with them, potentially putting Iran in no-fly zone as well. Are we seeing, I would like to ask, next time I will definitely ask that, any feedback from countries like European countries or politicians about talking about that? It's more likely, we're just focusing on IRGC, which is great. We will make that happen. But what would be our next course of action? When we're going to talk about calling this regime illegitimate government, so stop trading and cutting all the ties with them. We need to put them on the corner from every angle. That's my point, and thank you for the mic.
No, thank you. I was going to say, too, that very quickly, as far as U.S. is concerned, look, we have elections for that reason. 2024 is slowly approaching. I'm not going to put any politics out here. All I'm going to say is the U.S.-Iran policy has been a failure. Maximum pressure did work. We killed Qasem Soleimani. Unfortunately, now we have a incompetent president who decides that the JCPOA is what needs to happen and tells the UK do not make the IRGC a terrorist organization because in the US we've already done that in 2019. But again, I'm not going to talk about politics because that's not the room for that. But I think we need to move forward. We will have more spaces because, this is the Iran Roundtable. And we're going to have geopolitical rooms because I think we need to not be politically correct. I'm not politically correct, but I think we need to call out for what it is and that this president has been a failure when it comes to Iran. When Mahsa Amini got murdered for her blood being spilled, being that she is literally what I am, Kurdish, 2 hours from where I'm from, they killed her, they massacred her, they appeased the regime. They still appease the regime to this day. And now it's taking a man in the UK 61 days on a hunger strike to finally get this wonderful room and finally get this activism out. But it's not even just the UK. It's not even just that. We have a wonderful diaspora that's moving mountains. That is a Jason Brodsky quote. We have wonderful people in this room right now. I can't even name names, HN. I can't even name. There's so many people who I truly adore and care for in this room right now that are part of the Massa Act, that are in Canada, that are in Europe, that are in so many different freaking spaces I see that they made this room possible. My co-hosts, they've been here since 2 o'clock. Nima's at work. Action is sick. But they're doing this because they care for the greater good of the Iranian nation. That is how you make awareness, Dustan. That is how you light a fire in this time that we are in. This is a revolution. We can't just sit by and have Mr. Beheshti do this by himself. We can't just sit by and be comfortable while our people back home have suffered for 44 years of brutality and dictatorship. I've lost 4 family members because of this regime. They murdered my family members during Iran-Iraq war. Okay, for me, it's personal. Neda Sultan, my family knew. They shot her in the head in 2009. Mahsa Amini, Hamid Reza Ruhi, we knew him. So, it's not even just make IRGC a terrorist organization. It's we got to get rid of this dictatorship. We got to get rid of this occupation. And it needs to be everybody. It needs to be a fluid momentum. That's why this Twitter storm, and I cannot say this enough, this Twitter storm is super important right now. Action has done so many pins. Nima has done so many pins. I mean, Mr. Beheshti gave us 3 hours of his time. I mean, this man is doing what he needs to do. Miss Maddie, I see you on mic. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Alex. No, I was enjoying what you were saying. Yeah, for us here, prescribing IRGC is the very first step, an achievable step that we can do here, that we can see is possible. And then other steps that needs to be taking place. One of them would be that gives us enough reason, once they are put into the list of terrorist organization, their diplomatic channels, anyone that is working for IRGC that will be called out. That means if you look at any of their ambassadors, their embassy, their staff, they're either they're part of IRGC or somehow trained in IRGC, therefore that they will be impacted by that. So by one action, it will have a ripple effect. Not the fact that it will give hope to people of Iran that we are hearing them and we're standing by them. That's another fact, because it gives them that energy to go out and say, you know, the West is hearing you, you're not alone. And then other part of it is about calling out all these charity organizations, Islamic centers, all the money launderings that's taking place by IRGC. And since they are the spine of this regime, without this structure, this is not about Khamenei as a leader. This is about this structure of this type of uh, regime, which is run, and the spine is IRGC. Once that has been taken out, it will have the impact for rest of them to fall. You know, it could be, you know, we don't, it's not about, you know, I always say it's not about one person, Khamenei, because they could replace Khamenei to somebody else and still be a dictator. What we need to do is dismantle this structure. And that's why when someone says to me that there are people who condemn Iran's human rights violation, they think the regime should be changed, they are so for it, but when it comes to action, they think IRGC should remain, and their argument is that the IRGC be used to overthrow the regime. That is a false misconception, misleading, because you can't use IRGC to get rid of the regime. It's part of the regime. I said in my earlier talk today, in Farsi, it's if people say, which they have, it's like we need part of IRGC to work with them in order to overthrow it. That's not possible. That's why it's so important for us in UK to put them in the list of terrorist organization, because that's the first step. It's the initial step to do other actions. Then it would be US, then it would be Canada, it would be Australia, because they would not lead the way. And they're waiting for UK to take that action. That's part of, you know, there's a lot more actions that needs to be taken for the regime to be overthrown. But these are the steps that I think we should start. That's my thought on that.
Well, thank you so much, Miss Maddie. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And the first step needs to be the 29th of April. I think we need to trend that right now. Guys, all over this space day. Please do hashtag April 29th. Action has that tweeted.
And please go to Rishi's account and Zainab, and out of context, if you can do that, and mention one of these posts under his one of his posts as a comment on his account, and so that we can like and retweet those. I think that would be more effective. Like, he has a comment that is just like has so many retweets that it's just going to be seen. Thank you.
No, thank you, Nima Beragam. Thank you for being here, my buddy. AKRC John, please go ahead.
Appreciate you, Alex. So I was about to head out. We have a music video shoot coming up, but I just wanted to, for the last song, I want to appreciate everyone who's pushing for this. Please support the April 29. It's really important to all of us. Please put aside all the differences. We have to stay united, guys. We are fighting against a big enemy, and we will take them down, but we won't take them down faster with the least casualty possible. So please help us on this journey. Appreciate everyone else, whoever been helping with the Massa Act. I've met some of y'all, great people, and I'm proud of all of you, Alex. I appreciate you. And so someone DM'd me, why aren't you using your platform? I don't think they'd be following me on Instagram, but I've been among the fewest artists who've been pushing for all of this stuff and who've been supporting every movement. So that was یه خورده عجیب بود ولی دم همتون گرم guys. I love y'all and yeah, let us know if we can help in any other type of way. I'm here for y'all. Appreciate it.
No, thank you, my brother. Before you go, I just want to let you know that I'll keep you in the DMs, and I'm going to talk to you more about what we can do together. I would love to get you involved, especially with your music. And guys, if you haven't already, please, I highly recommend you go follow AKR Sheet. His music is blasting. That's all I'm going to say today. If you don't listen to that, then you're missing out. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Thank you for taking some time, and I hope your music video goes well. Stay safe and Zindabashi.
God bless you. Damn it, yeah.
Damn it, God. Thank you so much. All right. Snowden, please go ahead. Thank you so much for being patient. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries, sir. Of course. So I wanted to just follow on what HN had said because he's absolutely right. It cannot stop with just the terror list. And one of the things that we've been working on relentlessly is I know that there's so many people that I don't even know who are also doing the same thing, but there are a lot of us who are calling relentlessly our congressional representatives to try to get them to sponsor the Massa Act. And it was great that the IRGC is on the terror list here in the United States. But more important, and what'll really make a difference, is to have individuals from the regime itself being sanctioned. So it's really incredibly important that people, whether you're a citizen or not, whether you're allowed to vote or not, call the representatives. If you're in the United States, call them, but call your own representative, and don't just call them once, call them like daily, and tell them that if they're not already sponsoring the Massa Act, to please jump on board and become a sponsor. Urge them to support the bill, to urge their colleagues who don't support the bill already to support the bill. And the more public pressure we can put on this, and also, tag them in tweets about it too. And if any one of your representatives actually happens to say, okay, yeah, well, I'll sponsor it, or if they already do, tag them in Twitter and praise them. Whether you agree with their politics or not, they need to be thanked, each and every one of them. And I just can't stress how important it is for them to hear from constituents like that. And the terrorist organization list is not nearly enough. So, HN, you're absolutely right about that. And we just can't let our laurels down at all. We've got to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And I've been pretty astonished at how some of these congressional reps actually are responding. I mean, already the Massa Act has like 100 and some odd sponsors already, and it just really is so important. It really is. So I was going to go back down and I didn't. I'm sorry. But unless anybody else had a question for me, I'm going to clear your speaker panel because I don't want your space to get wonky. And thank you.
No, thank you. You're the only non-Iranian up here that's an ally. Are you kidding me? You're doing more than enough.
Something, I am trying to get attention from people who aren't in Twitter, and I don't know if you know Ali, but he and I are going to start a show that we're going to get out to a network that was syndicating my show, and hopefully we'll get some pickups from some stations. But the goal is to try to get Americans that are not paying attention to wake up and pay attention, because a free Iran is going to be great for us. It's going to be great for the whole world. And I mean, it's astonishing how the movement is picking up. It feels like it's not going nearly fast enough, but I think the more people hear about it and the more they're touched by the stories, especially, oh my God, Mr. Beheshti, it's heartbreaking what he's had to go through, but it's necessary to get people to pay attention. And people are, for the most part, empathetic, and they care when they know about something. The problem is we have an awareness gap, and not enough people know about it. So tell your friends, and if they tell you a political reason why this person didn't support or this person didn't, we cannot even go there with partisan politics, because there are people from both sides who are trying to turn off one party or the other. It's happening on two sides. I'm kind of a centrist myself, but we cannot make this political at all. So in the spaces that I'm in, or hosting or co-hosting or whatever, I tell people that all the time too. But that's it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rattle on, but thank you again.
No, you're welcome. So I got a message. Someone wants to know what my background is. Well, first and foremost, it's not about me, but I'll just say this much. I am Iranian. I was born in Iran, but I'm currently now diaspora. My family served the Shahzadeh, okay, Aryamer. And I do this because I've lost four family members. I also care for the people of Iran. I want to personally unite everybody so we can free our country and build our country back up. That's why I do these spaces. I used to be on Clubhouse very profusely, but Clubhouse unfortunately just died like the wind. And for me, it's about uniting the people of Iran. I have no agenda other than supporting democracy, but I'm also not I'm not Persian. I'm Kurdish, but people give us this idea that we're separatists, and I'm not a separatist. I support a united Iran, and one of the things I do is I fight for my people back home, and I also fight for any Iranian woman who has been, attacked by this dictatorship. So, I personally have family that, that's majority women, and I take care of the ones I love. So for me, it's about democracy, and for me personally, I want to see Iran liberated. So that, that's what it is. So someone asked me what it is because they love what I'm doing. It's not about me. It's about the people of Iran. And it's about everyone who's in this room right now listening for over 6 hours, because everybody wants to see their country free. Even the ones who are not Iranian, who like Snowden, who came up and spoke so adamantly. So I wanted to make that very clear for people who wanted to understand who I am. I'm not going to give out my information because that's, right now we're at a time and place we can't do that. So until the day Iran is liberated, you'll know exactly who I am, who my family was. But until then, I'm Alex. So that's all I have to say about that. I want to reset the room, ladies and gentlemen, and then we can slowly wrap up, because I think the room is starting to kind of, be over in a few minutes. So I want to go ahead and say this is the Iran Roundtable featuring Vahid Beheshti, Rishi Sunak calling campaign. And we've been doing this room for over 6 hours. And the tweet storms, we had Mr. Beheshti for 3 hours. We had Mr. Brodsky. We had Ali Reza Al-Khundi, A.K. Arshi, Mr. Beheshti's wife, Miss Maddie. My mind is scrambled from all of what I've heard and what I've seen. So
Matt is here and all together. So I don't know if he
bring him up. Please bring him up. I want to play music, because one of the things I do in these rooms. Please bring him up. And if I see him, I'll bring him up myself. I think you just unmuted yourself, Mahtab Jim.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, my mic was off. I'm so sorry. And پستی که الان بالا پین شده برای حمایت از وحید بهشتی هست، برای کارزار وقتی که روی لینک میزنید به صفحه وحید بهشتی در واقع ارجاع داده میشه این لینک، و اونجا 2 تا نامه هست. یک نامه برای کسانی که انگلیس هستن و کسانی که در اروپا هم هستن میتونن از این نامه استفاده بکنن. فقط باید اسم اون شخصی که در کشورشون در واقع در سفارت انگلیس هستن رو بذارن و تاریخ رو تغییر بدن، ولی کل نامه همونه. اگر هم خودتون خواستید باز میتونید متن نامه رو تغییر بدید. و برای کسانی که کانادا یا استرالیا هستن هم باز یک نامه دیگه هست. یعنی شما ببخشید وقتی که روی لینک میزنید هر 2 تا نامه ها در دسترستون هست، و لطفاً و خواهش میکنم که اینو هم خودمون ایمیل بزنیم، همین که به هر کسی، دوست آشنا، هر کسی که میشناسیم این نامه رو بفرستیم که در واقع یک طوفان ایمیل داشته باشیم. این چیزی بود که متی عزیز ازمون خواست و گفت خیلی خیلی کمک میکنه. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Awesome. All right, great. Sorry, there's like everyone's trying to like message me all of a sudden. I guess I'm, important. Ava, are you up? I tried to bring you up. I don't know if you did. Please go ahead, unless
petition for Vahid, if that's okay. I completely forgot. Wonderful friend Alex, he's here. He's a journalist that he puts a lot of questions at the debriefs at the White House, but unfortunately, Maddie left. Alex, Vahid is going to meet with Lord Ahmed tomorrow, so we'll try to push for that question that you did have to try to get it done, perhaps under record this time, so you can easily put it to the White House and see what we get actually. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And again, I want to reiterate, this will not be the last room we have for Vahid Beheshti. I think I want to thank Alex, our journalist friend. I hope he could just come up and speak because he's been such an ally. Alex, I really appreciate you being in this room for so many times, because I know you're in the White House all the time. Things I do want to say is that, ladies and gentlemen, we're not gonna stop having rooms like this. I think until Saturday comes, God willingly, we'll coordinate together to make this happen. This was a wonderful room. If anybody else, if my co-hosts will have anything they want to add real quick, please do, because anything you want to add. Oh, Matt's up, so let's bring Matt up, because he is one of my favorite people. Matt, please go ahead, dog.
I was about to ask Matt, Alex, so that we can do one round of
Let's I see so many retweets in this space, and so many Snow, if you give me 1 second, I'll get to you. This right now, the latest one, and this before I end this room in a few minutes, because I do need to get some rest though in a few minutes. But let's go ahead and get this Twitter storm going. Action Dude, please go ahead and start that. Matt, and get this Twitter storm going. Action Dude, please go ahead and start that. Matt. در با هم مردم تو ایران هر کسی هست سپاسگزار هستم که میتونیم این طوفان برای جناب عالی آقای بهشتی بکنیم. But yeah, Action Dude.
London 29 APR.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. I appreciate it.
Which is the main tweet that we're trying to introduce to this like Twitter storm?
I think, we did almost all of them, but I think, we did almost. I can do it with all the tweets, but just the
Pinned above, or that is something that you want to somehow promote in this Twitter storm. So liking and retweeting is essential. You need to do it. And then you would somehow need to go look for the people who are active in this Twitter storm with some really high impression or larger follower base, and see if they actually like and retweet as well. And then you can go and copy the text yourself and download the image. The second step and third step is not like essentially in that sequence. You can just tweeting it themselves. I would recommend that you copy the text, download the image, and tweet it again for yourself, because impression on the timeline. So you would like to go and copy the text and tweet it for yourself, and then look for the other people who are active in this Twitter storm. Give all of those tweets a like and a retweet. Then you've somehow pretty much started a wave in this Twitter storm. So then you would like to go to your timeline, start refreshing it, and based on every refresh, I can guarantee that you would start seeing new tweets with the same context, with the same text, and same image from the same Twitter storm. Give every single one of those a like and a retweet, because and that is the most essential step in a Twitter storm, because that is how you can actually get the message out there and get these tweets or hashtags or anything you're trying to promote in this Twitter storm outside of that circle, that inner circle of the Twitter storm. People who are not in this space, people who are not even in your followers or your following, will start to see these contents in their timeline. So this is the most essential step. So every once in a while, when some people are discussing some stuff in the space, you just keep refreshing your timeline, look for the new tweets with the same context, and give all of them a like and retweet. As long as you're doing that, the Twitter storm would get stronger and last longer. But if you quit that specific step too soon, the storm will die like really soon, like without reaching the essential number of people. So that is the most essential step. So if you want to do that with all of these tweets that are pinned above, we can keep these Twitter storm and the message alive and really strong in the timeline for a really extended amount of time. So if any question arises, I'm here.
Aziz, and thank you for coming in. Don't ever say, I understand you got other stuff in your life, believe me. Okay. And در خدمت شما هستم. ولی میخوام بگم all right, everybody, let's go ahead and start these tweet storms. I'm going to let this thing go for about 5 to 10 minutes. Action, Nima, if that's okay. And then we'll go ahead and wrap it up very soon. If anybody else wants to come up and speak, okay, I see the request. Okay, Baroya, yes, please do come up. All right, everybody, let's go and start this tweet storm. Baroya, please go ahead. If I'm
Good morning or good day, everybody. Alex.
Last one is from Out of Context. They have the highest impression, so let's do from them. And then if you have time, you can do the rest of tweet as well.
Is that okay, Baroya? Did you understand? Okay, good.
Zainab actually posted on under Rishi's account. I guess if we can go and like and retweet this one, it is going to be seen and it's going to be much more effective.
Can you pin that, Nima John?
Yeah, it's the first one.
While everybody's tweet storming, I'm going to go ahead and say that there's over 250 people still in this room. Let's go ahead and make this a hurricane for Vahid Beheshti. As I am speaking, I see so many people tweeting. That's what I want to see. Let's go and make the storm.
I just want to mention something. Nima shared a link with me in order to specify if, determine if the link is safe to use or not. Based on the first check, the Norton Safe Web tool actually flagged it as safe, so it's pretty much. I think it's good to go, but you would have to be careful on the website to see what the website is basically asking you. But based on the Safe Web report from Norton, it says it's safe, and the current category is political and social advocacy. So I'm assuming it would be fine to use.
Yes, thank you. That's the post that's shared by Mahtab Khorshidi. It's the third one in the nest, and it includes, I believe, letters to the representatives that has supported Mr. Vahid Beheshti or is going to support Mr. Vahid Beheshti. Mahtab, if you want to remind me on that. But please share the third tweet in the nest as well.
Yeah, thank you, Nima. The website that I share, and there is a link for the website, is from Masood Masroodi. I don't know, have you ever heard about the Masood Masroodi? He's on the actually hunger strike in Vancouver, Canada. I think today is his 63 days of his hunger strike. This is the reason that we put all the information in his website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahtab Jun. Thank you for your information. Wonderful stuff. I see Mr. Beheshti's back in the room, so I'm going to bring him up. Wow.
Matt, I did send you sorry to interject, Alex. Matt, I did send you a tweet as well. Do you mind if you check that one as well and see if it's safe? I think it should be, but just if you don't mind checking that one too. Thanks, mate.
the man of the hour, Mr. Beheshti, you're back. I hope you're doing well, sir. How are you today? How are you tonight? I hope you're. I don't know if you're in a meet. I don't know where you. We've had over 700 people at one point. We had a very good discussion today. Anything that would you like to collaborate or would you like to add now that you're back? Is there anything you would like to say? Please go ahead.
Yes, I think it was one of the great, I think, a space full of love, unity, and we all have same demand, and it was great. Yes, but I was just going to another meeting. Thank God, all the meetings now are finished. So it's like a war zone here, Alex. It's just crazy, but it is what it is. You know, we have no choice. At least I know next 4 days is gonna be very intense, but uh, it is what it is. But it was a great, I think, a space. I hope see a great result in next few days, and people promote as much as they can the rally of 29th to see what we can achieve.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Beheshti, and I'll DM you later, maybe tomorrow when you're more energized. I think what I want to do is do another one for Saturday, the day of the rally. I think because you're in the UK, I'm in the other side of the West, as I say, and I think we can coordinate on a Saturday that day of the rally to maybe have you come back on if you're not too busy. I know you're going to be slammed that day, but I told your wife about it, but I think we should have a room again on Saturday just to hear the results. And I know in the next 6 days is going to be crucial and crunch time for you. But if that's okay with you, and I'm not going to put you on the spot just yet, but I think we should do that. It's my duty, and I said I'm going to maximize your message. So if that's something you're okay with, we'll talk more. I just that's just what's running through my mind. And we had over, like I said, you were in a meeting, but we had over 700 people in this room tonight, and we still have over 240 odd people who really truly support your message and really truly are behind you. And I think it would not be it. I would not feel comfortable if Saturday wasn't a day we do something with that. And I think Action June and Nima, if we can coordinate that the day of, because it'll be nighttime for Mr. Beheshti, I think we should do that. And honestly, that's a day where it's kind of like my Friday. So, I really wouldn't care if, I don't get any sleep because knowing that his message is going to get through galvanized. I mean, today we had Mr. Akhondi, we had AKR Shi, we had our brother Omid, who, by the way, just had to leave because he had to get some sleep, but he appreciated all of you guys' hard work doing the tweet storm. He told me that with assurance, and that he said that he will be back, Mr. Beheshti, for the next room. So, and Jason also gave me a thumbs up of support. Mr. Brodsky said thank you to you. And so many other wonderful messages I'm receiving. So, Mr. Beheshti, I think that's what I want to do for you, sir. And you let me know what time is okay, and we can accommodate that. But I think 2:00 p.m. my time would be perfect for you because it seems like that's the time to do it. And look, we've been doing this for over 6 hours, guys, 5 hours, something like that. So you're back in this room. So I'm gonna just let this tweet storm commence. And if anybody has a question for him, this could be the last one, Mr. Beheshti, because I do want to let you rest tonight because I'm sure it's like 1 a.m. over there. So I don't want to take too much of your time. I want you to be energized for the next 6 days. And everybody, can we just go ahead and just love react and send some prayers or just some positivity for Mr. Beheshti right now? If that's not too much to ask, let's light this room like a Christmas tree. Let's go ahead and just do that. Just show Mr. Beheshti that we're with him. And there's so many naysayers right now. It's quite disgusting. I'm not even paying attention to the bullshit that I'm listening to right now. It's just quite. I just don't understand. People want to assume conspiracy theories. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead. That's free speech. So, Mr. Beheshti, if it's okay with you, I want to send you in some prayer, if that's okay. If anybody doesn't mind, while we're doing this tweet storm, if you give me the thumbs up, my good friend, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a prayer because I think being that I am a man of God, I want to go ahead and pray for you because this is going to be a very crazy week for you and Saturday. So, go ahead, Mr. Vahid.
Yes, I'm really happy. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, God, I just want to come to you today, Lord. Thank you so much for this room. Thank you for everybody in this room. God, I pray that you be with Mr. Beheshti. God, I pray you be with Shahzadeh. I pray you be with the people of Iran. Put your hands over the wonderful women who are currently still fighting in this revolution, God. God, I also pray that while we have this tweet storm, this room was a success, God, and thank you for opening doors that we never thought would be open, Lord. And it's through your glory I come to you in honor of Mr. Beheshti and his family, and I pray that you put your hands over him. Even what the past is the past. We need to look towards the future of Iran. We cannot be divided. God, thank you for the wonderful people who came in and spoke. Omid, AKR She, so many wonderful people who came in and out. And Mr. Beheshti's back for the third time, Lord, and it just shows that he truly sees the care that we give him. God, I pray that this week goes well. I hope you give him strength, and God, I hope you give him the power of the voice that you have enveloped in him in day 61 today and moving forward. And it will be day 70 on Saturday. And I think if we do the room that you intend for, we bring you glory and bring freedom to the people of Iran. So I pray, and ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what religion you are. I'm just going to say in God Almighty. God, I just pray that you be with Mr. Beheshti and his family. We be with everybody in the Massa Act Army. We also be with everybody who's been in this space, listening, being in daily life. God, I also want to thank and pray for Action and Nima, who've just been so amazing as co-hosts, and to everybody else who have done spaces. I mean, my God, what the powerful social media voices do, God. And Heavenly Father, I just pray that you be with Mr. Beheshti, and then send your son's name, I pray. Amen. You guys are amazing. Look at that. Mr. Beheshti, you are getting the love you need, my brother. You are truly a warrior, and it would not be a disservice if I didn't pray for you, because we need to send some love and some energy for you right now. I know it's very daunting what you're doing. With that being said, I think the tweet storms keep going. Nimajan, please go ahead. I do apologize. I didn't even see your hand.
No, just a really quick note. When you retweet, adding the bookmark would help a lot to boost that post. I really recommend you do that for Zainab's post under Rishi's account. Add the bookmark, add it to your bookmark so that it will be promoted. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Ava June, go ahead.
Thanks, Alex John. I really want to thank you for everything you've done today. Matt, that tweet that I shared with you, it's already in the nest. I just thought you might want to share your opinion about it. I just asked Vahid one question before you go ahead, Matt. Vahid John, you mentioned tomorrow you're meeting with Lord Ahmed. What is his position previously on IRGC? And also in regards, you did hear when we spoke about, when I did ask question from Mr. Brodsky, in regards to the back and forth between the UK and US. Is there a possibility that you do put that question again forward to Lord Ahmed, and the possibility of getting that on the record, so Alex perhaps could push on with that on the record question with the White House and get a direct answer from them, so we can put that to rest and figure out which side is really lying and really holding the other side back, I guess, in a sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. I mean, what I'll do is I'm going to keep pushing forward for Saturday while this tweet storm happens. We'll do a room updating what's going to happen for Vahid on Saturday, because a lot can happen from now until Saturday. I don't know what's going to happen on Saturday, so we'll just coordinate.
Alex.
Huh?
Alex, I meant the other Alex.
Oh
Sorry.
my God,
Yeah,
I am
Alex.
so
Sorry
sorry.
about that. Yeah, no, that's okay. Sorry, mate.
I'm already gassed. Yep. My brain's already falling apart. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vahid.
Thank you. So Lord Ahmad is he's got a very high position. He's the Minister of State for Middle East. So Mati, uh, sh- she had a meeting with him. I think 2 weeks ago. I think if I'm right, or 3 weeks ago, and so he's the right person in the Foreign Office. This is exactly where I'm. The building in front of, opposite my tent. So the right people now they ask to meet with me. This is exactly where I uh, have been on hunger strike for past 60, I would say 2 days. So I have to see where we getting with this meeting tomorrow. Obviously they are going to, I know some of them, but I don't want to assume too much. I know they are going to say, so we sanction the entirety of IRGC and some of these, so I have solid answers for those. We have to see where we're gonna go. So they have, I think they will hear again for the third time that I'm not gonna go anywhere face to face. That's what they are going to hear tomorrow, and then I think week or 2 week, 1 week or 2 weeks after, they something else will happen. This is my assumption. I don't know uh, how it's gonna go, but we have to see. But I take it as a very, very, very good process, because today, as they sanctioned the whole IRGC, and then they gave me a meeting, so I think the process is started, and they taking this serious now. But with your help, this is from the day one. This wasn't, I said, this wasn't an individual act. It was a group act. All of us, we done this so far, and I think it's not far to go. We don't have that much to go, but we have to be strong. We have to be determined to achieve this, because I know how important this is. Our war today is in UK, not Iran, because Islamic Republic of Iran is already collapsed. These, I would say, governments, Western and Russia and from the others, they kept they kept them alive, and they are still supporting them. So we have to stand strong here and create common benefit for us Iranians and the governments in West. So I think we've done some of that job, because all the meetings that I had, anybody who came here to see me, and I said I am concerned about our safety and security here. I am a British citizen, and I care about our values, British values here. Today, IRGC is here, and so far, uh, we got a lot of, I would say, attention draw a lot of attention in UK. We have many MPs, we have many politicians, we have many activists. They joined our campaign, so now they start hearing this. I can say majority of media in UK they covered this story. Some of the media they cover my hunger strike at least 4 times. So they know by now I'm not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere till we get this done.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Beheshti. Matt, thank you for coming in so late. And Matt, I would love to have you coordinate with you on Saturday, make another just room just like this. This room's been going on for a long time, guys, and you guys have just absolutely kicked ass. Like, I don't even know how to say it. Go ahead, John. Go to Matt tab. Matt, go ahead.
It was me or Matt?
I said Matt and then Matt, so I'm gonna go to Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to add the two small things. One was the note that, that specific thing that Alva mentioned about the first link that was already in the pin. I just wanted to let anyone know that that's just a LinkedIn link, so it's perfectly safe to use. Just keep in mind that you may be already logged into your LinkedIn with your actual information. So if you don't want to, for example, someone like me, if you don't want to engage with those links with your actual information, I would prefer to create a separate anonymous LinkedIn account, and then you can safely and securely engage with that link. And secondly, actually regarding that, I would love to have you actually on many other people here, like Action for Iran, Mr. Beheshti, and everyone. Everyone is more than welcome. Actually, I tweeted something today about a really important space I'm trying to put together for Friday regarding the internet situation in Iran. People who know me, they know that I've been trying to be active enough on the internet side, trying to provide different methods to how people can actually create their own VPNs, so you can actually avoid being scammed or get into the traps of Islamic Republic when they're trying to introduce their own VPN servers, their malwares into your devices. It's a really long story, but since we've there have been a lot of developments during the time because they have pushed back towards the development that we were trying to make, and we had to somehow go around those pushbacks. So there's a lot of new information to give out, and there's a lot of grounds to cover. So I'm actually starting this space on Friday, and I will set aside a timer for it and everything. But it's a really important space, and I would love to have everyone there to put the word out so that people actually know people in Iran are in dire need of free internet access. And we are also proposing some solutions, some potential solutions from IT specialists on how people or groups outside of Iran can actually provide aid to people in Iran with their internet situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Matt Aziz. You don't even have to tell me. You let me know what time it is. If I'm able to be awake, time pertaining, you let me know. You set it up. I will happily be honored to help you in that. I think I've seen you do work with Action, and our brother Arash, who couldn't be here because he had to take some rest. I'm gonna say it like that, but I appreciate you bringing in here, my brother. It really means a lot, and I've seen what you guys have done with that chemical attack room. I'm sorry that we both had rooms at the same day, but it worked out in the best because I saw so many people going back and forth into that room, coming in this room, and I actually plugged in that room. And I said, if you guys aren't going to be in here, at least go into that room and support what's happening in Iran. That's what we're doing. We're all doing the same thing, man. And I just واقعا احساس به شما میدم. So yeah, no, you let me know. I followed you, and we'll work together. I think that'll be great. Mahtab June, please go ahead. Thank you for being patient, Azizan. Go ahead.
You're welcome, Alex John. When you're speaking Farsi, is exactly the way I speak English. You say I feel you. You say man hes mikonam. It's so making me feel melting my heart. Actually, thank you so much. Hi everyone, Bahijan. Thank you so much. Every time, hundreds and hundred times. Guys, I'm really obsessed about a series that they started. I'm so angry, and I like to give you, especially my American friend, like Snowden and people. They already made a series. How fast they worked on it, I don't know. But the name of the series is Diplomat. So the Diplomat is about the ambassador from United States. Did you see that, Alex? That's humiliation. So it went to the ambassador goes to United States and goes to UK, and then they are trying to prove that Iran is not a terrorist, and a terror attack is not done with Iranian. So what I saw, what I felt, that they are started already psychological war against what we are doing.
And that's our job, to tell any American friend we have and ask them to say any other American that what is in that movie is not reality. Because do you remember the movie Without My Daughter? Never Without My Daughter, but some things like that. And they used the best actress they could to show Iranian are barbarian, and they hit the wife, they put them in a prison, they don't let them leave the country, to show Iranian they are nothing. Now they are trying to do, because their bureaucracy is saying do that. Now they say Iran is not terrorist. And the best actress that they can choose, an actor, to show that this is wrong what we are doing. And we are fighting the world, guys, for that. In one, not one direction, in a lot of directions. Watching that series yesterday made me to be exploded. I was so angry all day long, and I didn't know what we have to do, how we can fight this type of the move and reaction to it. Thank you. Go ahead, Snowden. Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to say hi, Matab. I miss speaking with you. But it was called Not Without My Daughter, and it was Sally Fields, and it was an amazing movie. But that just kind of goes when the United States, people in the United States, at first were not so aware of what was happening with the revolution in Iran. It took a long time to try to get a movement of people who were not part of the Iran diaspora, who were just living here, because there's been just sort of this very divisive climate of xenophobia and discrimination going on in this country. And there's this awareness gap that came from some of the stigmas that came from movies like that, and what happened on 9/11, and trying to group everybody together with what's happening with the regime. And they see the drones going to Russia to commit genocide against Ukraine. And so if people don't know that the regime is wholly separate from this diverse, beautiful collection of people who consider themselves Iranians before they consider themselves any ethnic group, a little bit unlike it is here in the States, where we're also divided. So overcoming that awareness gap has been like priority number one. And we have to do it in order to grow this movement. But I've been really thrilled to see more and more people feeling that empathy, even though they had no connection prior to this, no connection to Iran at all. And in fact, I knew very little of Iran. I had no idea. I thought the JCPOA was going to be a great thing, because I didn't want the monsters who were sending drones to Russia to kill Ukrainians to get their hands on a nuclear weapon. And it took several weeks. And I learned about this like almost immediately as it started. So I've been in this fight for as long as that is. And I was so touched and a little ashamed of what my limited knowledge was, but I just delved in. And so many people just need to tell their friends, tell your friends what's going on. And, even if they say, oh, I'm just not interested in knowing, say, okay, well, I'll find a more entertaining way to tell you, but you need to care about this because we need a stable Middle East. We will have an amazing ally with the people of Iran when this revolution is successful. And I say when, because I know it's going to be, but we just have to keep filling that gap of awareness, filling that gap of fear and all of that. And when you can convey something, if I feel as much time as I'm spending, if I can just convince one person a day, then I feel like I should just stand in gratitude for that, because sometimes it's really frustrating. It doesn't go fast enough, and there aren't enough people in the spaces, and I just feel like I can't yell loudly enough for people to hear. But just one a day, just remember and pace yourself too if you're in this fight, because there's a lot of vicarious trauma with what's going on. And if you're an empath, you're going to feel every bit of it. And it's hard sometimes. I've taken several breaks, but yeah. But nothing is as difficult as what Mr. Beheshti is going through right now. And it just touches my heart so much. I wish we could do more. I really, really do. But you, as weak as you might feel right now, it's inversely proportionate to the amount of energy that you're giving to us, and I want you to know that. And it's touching, and it's courage, and I'm just embracing you in a lot of love and light, and thinking about you. So I wish you tons of luck with your meeting, and I'll do my small part. It's hardly enough; it's a drop in the bucket, but hopefully it'll convince one more person to do their part, and eventually we'll all be able to convince somebody else to do something, and it'll happen. I know that. And anyway, I'm getting emotional. I'm sorry. Alex, thank you for the space. Action, Nima, thank you for co-hosting. And I'm grateful that you brought me up. It's always nice to see all of you and to speak. And Matab, I want to talk to you soon, I promise.
I miss you too, girl. Thank you so much. I want to
I
talk to
miss
you
you
soon
too.
too.
Okay. All right. And thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, thank you. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you, Snowden, June, and Mahtab. Two things. Number one, The Diplomat. I don't take that movie seriously. I'm sorry if you're gonna make Iran look like a that movie is such a JCPOA driven BS. Like I don't even pay attention to that. We know what this regime is doing. We know exactly what this dictatorship is doing. And we're going to keep fighting. We have Vahid Beheshtis in the world. We have the wonderful Massa Army, Twitter army that I am honored to be a part of. My two wonderful people who are still here, Sarah and Emily, are still here. Sarah's been in this room since the beginning, so God bless them too. I love all you guys. You have no idea. This room was a success, and Mr. Beheshti's back here for the third time. And well, I mean, where do we go from here? So I'll tell you where it's going to go from here. We're not going to stop. That's what's going to happen. We're not going to stop. I mean, I'm getting so many notifications right now that I literally cannot even go through it because Twitter is saying if I go through the space will shut down. So believe me, I'm getting bombarded. I'm it's white noise to me. I'm gonna keep doing what needs to be done. Okay, I'm not gonna choose to get you 30 big. I'm not gonna let people influence my decision. I know what is best for the country of Iran. I know exactly. I've never changed my decision. Okay, people can say what they want to say about me. Now, I don't give a rat's ass. Pardon my French. I'm not politically correct. I think the people of Iran know what they want. There's a referendum, and they know exactly who they want. He went to Israel, and quite frankly, he melted people's faces with that. So that's all I have to say about that. That's who I believe in, but I also believe in honoring someone who's doing a hunger strike for 61 days. And conspiracy theories, if you don't have evidence, I don't believe in that. But I do believe in facts, and the facts is this: we need to honor, and we need to make this Twitter storm happen, and we need to, for Saturday, we need to make Saturday a day that make the IRGC a terrorist organization. It's good for the world. It's good for the people of Iran, Maksusan. It's good for the communities. It's good for the Ukrainian community. You see all those drones that are just being financed by the Sepah. I mean, on and on and on. I can go on and on and on, but I don't want to do that because it would be a disservice to what this room is about. With that being said, one of two things will happen. Number one, we will have more spaces about this. Saturday, I will probably coordinate with my lovely co-hosts, and that is Action, Nima, Emily, Sarah. I co-host them all the time. No hard feelings. But this room needed to happen. Matt, my brother, you let me know when your room is. We're going to get something going with that. Dustana Aziz, if there's anything else said, I want to go ahead and wrap this up because I need to drink some caffeine because I'm literally feeling like a reserved fuel tank really about to explode because I'm empty. But I want to thank Action for doing all the tweets. I want to thank my brother Nima John for staying in here since the beginning. I want to thank the wonderful people who came up and spoke. My God, so many wonderful people who came up and spoke. دیگه چطوری اینو برات بگم براگم خب Mr. Beheshti, if you want to say the final word just say your final message. Please go ahead, and then I'm going to go ahead and play some music and wrap this room up. We will have another room, and Ava June, I will talk to you, and we'll get something going for Saturday. Mr. Beheshti, if that is okay with you, I'll talk to you more about that. We can coordinate that. I don't want to just put it on the spot. So, Mr. Beheshti, go ahead. If you want to speak one more time, I know you're tired. I know it's late up there, and I'm getting hungry too. So, if you guys are still around, I'll have another room, like a little social room. We can talk more. Mihmuni stuff. That's not politics, because I'm honestly exhausted. You guys are wonderful. But Vahid John, please go ahead.
I think the only words that I can say in the end, I can say I love you all. That's all I can say. What I get from this space, it was all love, energy, motivation, and I don't know how to describe it. Connection. That's all I've vibration. That's all I've got from you guys, and this is what we need at this time. We are living in the very crucial moment, and we need only love in this very crucial moment. We need more connection. We need unity, regardless of what point of view we have, what religion we have, what political uh, party we like to be in. When we are left, we are right, mid right, or far, or even far left or far right. Regardless of all of this, now at this time, we only need to focus on Iran. We all are Iranian, and we have to get our country first back. Don't forget about this. Before we getting our country back, before we getting our land back, we have nothing to argue about, guys. So first, let's get our land back. Then we go sit in our home and we start talking about how we are going to build this home after 44 years of being demolished by this Islamist fanatic. I don't know how to describe them. So first focus on that. So to get our lands back, we have to overthrow this terrorist regime. To overthrow this terrorist regime, you have to target the heart of this regime. What is the heart of this regime? Revolutionary Guard, IRGC. That's what we are doing all together. I really wish you a very good night, everyone, and see what's going to happen tomorrow, and then we go forward. We have a big war in front of us, but definitely we win this time together. Thank you and good night.
Good night, my good friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the wonderful time that you gave us. I'm pretty sure we'll coordinate something again. Hopefully after the rally, my good friend. You have been a trooper, a patriot. It's an honor to know your wife. Wonderful people, guys. Wonderful people. With that being said, Dustan, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I want to thank my co-host, Action, and Nima Aziz. I want to thank the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people, all of you guys who have just been so amazing. But it would be a disservice if I don't end it with some music. So I want to play the one song that I think you guys will like. It's about our people in Iran. Thumbs up if you like the music. If not, that's okay. You don't have to. But I play music because I want us to be galvanized and moving forward. So here we go. I'm going to play this song. You will absolutely know who it is. It's not a new song, but here we go. I'm going to play it for you guys, and then I'll end the room. You guys have been wonderful. And if this plays, let's see. You give me 1 second. Thanks so much for the wonderful space. Vatan, that should be who we need to think about. Our people back home, our people in Iran. And thank you for the wonderful space. Love you guys. And I'll be up in a few hours later on if you guys want to